let's see if I've set this up right. There we go. It's working. Okay.
What is Ray's guy talking about? Like, character creator for Squadron?
This up right. It is the
character creator for that.
Yeah, it is the character creator for Squadron. So let's get into that. So, I've got Ghost in here. Hermes is popping in and out.
What is Ray's guy talking about? Like, character creator for Squadron?
It is the
character creator for that.
Yeah, it is the character creator for Squadron. So let's. And I forgot to mute my stream so that I'm not talking over an echo of myself because I am nothing if not a professional. Yeah. All right, here we go. So let's see. For yesterday, let's just kind of do a quick recap of yesterday. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining in. So we've got Shaping the Verse. The future of Star Engine was yesterday. Was kind of an infomercial. One thing that I neglected to mention, and people were getting on me in chat, was that there was actually a pretty good demo of server meshing. I didn't mention it because they've been talking about server meshing for 3 to 4 years. I will do a more in-depth kind of review of all these things, but kind of cool things about Star Engine. It does kind of show how far we've come. The fact that they are actually calling it Star Engine with a trademark on it is significant. Let's see. Fix It and Fly It was pretty cool. That was one of the, there was 2 really highlight parts of yesterday's shows. That was on the engineering game loop, and it's looking pretty in depth. So you get a chance to definitely check that one out. I'll be doing kind of a deeper dive on all of these after today's over with. Cosplay kind of actually impressed me more than I thought it would. There's about 3 or 4 people, yeah, maybe 4 or 5 people that really kind of are what you expect from big con cosplay competitions. And the person that won should have won. So yeah, it wasn't like a mercy kill or something like that where they just gave it to a big streamer or someone who's a regular on the channel. Anyway,
I was surprised there wasn't more cosplay.
Yeah,
10 people.
I have a feeling that they kind of had volunteers when they were this is Ghost, by the way, for people that are watching live. Member of the carnival. Yeah, it kind of was like, I mean, in previous ones they have like 20 people up on the stage. This time they had, I think the only reason they had as many as they did was because there was 5 guys that were dressed as Ninetales, which I thought were pretty creative costumes. But if you just took that as that group as one person, is probably like 5 people. I think they just kind of said, hey, anyone that wants to be in, put your name in the hat. And I'm thinking some of the other people missed it because there was clearly people out in the crowd that dressed up for it. I think they just didn't want to be up on stage. Talking ship. Let's talk about this. So ship sales, everybody's into ship sales. Cutter Scout was one of the ones they'll do. I will probably be CCUing to one in my alt account where its only ship is a cutter, and this one makes more sense. Let's see, how much are they selling this one for? $45. You can get the twin pack for $85. I'd say probably hold off until IAE because they're going to have a triple pack because they're going to be rolling out another variant of the cutter. Do they have a picture for it here? No, those are all the scouts. Pretty cool little ship. Cutter's one of my favorite starters, which is weird because I'm not a huge fan of Drake, but I like that one.
The Cutter is probably the first Drake ship I actually would go out of my way to purchase.
That's fair.
If I didn't have other options. If I was a more Drake person, the Cutter's a great ship. It's the first Drake ship that I actually really like.
Definitely. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that nowadays when I'm telling people if they want to get into the game, I'm usually like, the Avenger Titan just flies great. It does everything you need to do to start the game. It's a great starter. Now it's kind of a throwdown. Like if it's somebody that doesn't have a ton of money or not a ton of confidence in the project, I might say get the Cutter because it's what, $20 cheaper, $25 cheaper. So
yeah, I was recommending the Nomad before the Cutter, and now the
Nomad's a good one too.
Cutter's a better choice.
It's laid out better. The Nomad is great. I don't like the external cargo, and the internals can be confusing if you're a new player, just because there's so many buttons to click and it's so alien looking. But it is a great ship, don't get me wrong. The fact that you can do rock mining in it is huge. I don't think you can do that in the cutter. The Zeus Mark II dropped. So there are 3 versions of this. The encouraging thing about this, so I did see that a couple of the people that are more ship-oriented channels were saying, hey, there's a 4th sneaky one that might be coming, because we've got the cargo variant, you've got sort of the explorer variant, and the combat variant, and they had a picture of a 4th one. It's not actually a 4th ship. What they're showing off is, let's see if I can get down to the concierge. What you're looking at here is the solstice paint. So they're just showing off the solstice paint. So you can sort of see it right here. That's the cargo. Let's go down here where it's not switching. So here's the military skin, the cargo skin, and the exploration skin. And then you can get the solstice skin. And so that's all it's doing. It's showing off the 4 skins. There's not 4 variants. There's 3. They might make a 4th variant one day. I'd be shocked if they don't do that for all of these ships. This thing's roughly freelancer sized from the looks of it. Maybe a hair longer and a hair narrower, but other than that, pretty cool ship. Let's go down. I had these up here, but 135 for the exploration and cargo, and 170 for the combat variant, which has, like the Scorpius Antares, EMP and a dampener, a snare. So kind of cool. It's sort of starting to put the Manus on the outs, which is an interesting choice. So that's for new money. For credit, 150, 150, 190. So I might CCU like a Cutlass or something to this. Probably won't put new money into the game. It is a really cool ship, and I do like its aesthetics. So that was the Scout and the Cutter, and then they dropped this, which is the preview channel. And so looking through this, one of the things I was saying, man, I think even like a month or so ago, is that I think Evocati has kind of run its course. That it was kind of one of those things that the project really needed in the early days, when it had a lot of bad press, a lot of game-breaking bugs. The system itself, the program itself, didn't really work, and you had Evocati to kind of do these things, but Evocati leaks so badly that, and I mean, the project itself has kind of gotten to the point where you see bugs in early development. It's like, okay, but I mean, I could play the game for hours now and not have a game-ending bug. So internal QA and Evocati are kind of redundant, and I think that's what the preview channel is doing. So I'll kind of read through a little bit of this. That's where the preview channel comes in. A new environment where we will deploy and test new underlying technology in an isolated environment to protect the reliability and playability of the live service. Upcoming foundational technologies such as the replication layer split and crash recovery will roll out in the preview channel first. So not Evocati in this sort of open thing. So that is interesting. They are going to roll out Pyro in this preview channel. So here are the people that are available to it. Sounds like it'll be mildly random for people that put a certain amount of money into it. So let's see if I can find where it is. So we'll utilize a random selection process, pulling from digital goodies pack owners, which is an interesting choice, concierge, and our most active testers. So it's basically the same selection process that they use for Evocati. Well, actually, no, Evocati didn't do concierge and digital goodies pack. They just did most active testers. So yeah, that is interesting. I'm not sure if they're going to be getting rid of Evocati entirely, or if this is just going to be kind of a way for random people to get involved, but cool idea. I'm all for it. If they are getting rid of Evocati, even as Evocati, fine. I'm good with that. At this point in the project, I'm good with that. So those are kind of the big things that dropped yesterday. Let's go ahead and look at the schedule for today, because I had a couple thoughts on this. So we've got, hang on. We got character advancement is coming up in about half an hour. One thing I think that this might be in addition to the Squadron 42 character creator that I've been hoping they'll hand over to the PU in the very near future to kind of let us test it before they sell it in a game, would be a good idea. One thing I was thinking that they might have on here, other than the hair, which they mentioned at the end there, is they've been talking a little bit lately about a skill system. It's not a skill system like Cyberpunk where you get experience points and then you can put it into a skill tree and you can build up that skill tree. It is, let's say that you're a cargo mover and you hand carry the boxes from point A to point B instead of using the tractor beam. Eventually your character is going to get stronger and they'll be able to move those boxes faster while carrying them. So it'll be much more if you have a character that does a thing over and over and over again, they're going to get a little bump to their background stats.
Hello, everybody.
To do that.
This is an audio test.
So I am running
This
it
is
in the
sound of
background.
my
So
voice.
if they start streaming here, we'll
Do you
know.
hear the sound of my voice?
I'll tell them I can hear it.
If you hear the sound of my voice, in Twitch chat, please type "Happy
I
Birthday,
don't know why
Jake."
it never really clicked with me. I didn't ever really think about Squadron having a character creator. Or just kind of, I never thought about it, or I just assumed we'd just jack into a pre-made character. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's no, the character creator for Squadron has been going on for, oh man, it has a huge sprint. It is something like 150 weeks or something like that. It's been going on for years. They have been working on that thing, and I think that is what we're going to be getting our eyes on. So I'll let them keep doing their sound check on Twitch. But let's see, life in first person. So this is going to be all the interactions. So character advancement will probably be character creation team, so the art team. Life in first person will probably be character tech team. So this is going to be there's a switch, you reach out and you're gonna see your hand flip the switch, whereas right now it kind of happens by telepathy. You look at a door switch and you click open with your mind and the door opens. Now it's going to be your hand is going to go out and push it. So the dynamic universe through seamless and tactile interaction, so that'll be cool. Taking flight for all of the low flyers out there, this is probably going to be not only, well, here it says it's space and atmospheric traversal, combat and interaction. One of the things that's kind of slowed down atmospheric implementation, I think, is the fact that they have to put aerons on all the ships and account for that ship's innate aerodynamics. So some things like the 135 are very aerodynamic, very airplane-y, and probably handle very well, whereas you got something like the Cutlass Black that's, or a Caterpillar that's basically just a big brick. So how those things are going to fly, I hope we hear about that. I'm not sure if they'll go into that much detail. I think they'll probably talk about atmospheric flight in a general sense and kind of show off. Yogi will show off where it is now, kind of like they did last year. Hopefully I'll be pleasantly surprised and they kind of go deeper, but we'll find out, because what I'd really like to know is how those non-aerodynamic ships are going to like rattle and flop around an atmosphere to the point where if you're flying a Caterpillar, you're probably going to keep it in space unless you absolutely have to land on a planet to do a thing. Living on the edge. Delve into living conditions, environments. This is the one that I think will probably be the narrative team. So as far as impact on the actual gameplay, this one probably won't have very much, but if you're a lore buff like I am and you love kind of the backstory for the game, this will be an extremely interesting one. Obviously we have lunch in between there. Last time I kind of kept lunch running for a bit, but it doesn't look like they're actually doing anything for lunch, so I'll probably do the same thing today. We're all in the stream probably a couple minutes after 12, and then pick it up in time for Living on the Edge. I think it's 2, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, 2, not 12. So I'll take a little break in here, probably 30, 45 minutes. Come back on before they start living on the edge. We'll talk a little bit about there if anyone has any questions. We got Sam, Lori, and Knight in chat. Knight, why aren't you jumping in the carnival? Come in, lend your voice, lend your techie wisdom. That is Knight55. If you don't follow him, follow him. He's got a very interesting channel. Destination Adventure. So this one is, I think this one might dovetail into the closing ceremony. It will probably, if they're going to have something that's talking about the launch of 4.0 and the launch of Pyro, it's probably going to be this Destination Adventure one. Closing ceremony, I was thinking they were going to do this in the Big Gap on day one, but I am thinking if there's one place where they're going to announce the release date for Squadron 42, it's probably going to be in this closing ceremony. So stay tuned for that, right? And Hermes is back in chat, so we got him here. So let's get the stream up and running, because I am assuming Jared is going to start jabbering pretty soon here.
Yeah, they got a half hour before it actually starts, but yeah, Jared will probably sound test. And
yeah, he did his sound test just a couple minutes ago, but I imagine he will probably kind of log in and walk around. If not, we'll have the asteroids tumbling around here, and I might do kind of a 10-minute warning. See if I can actually upsize this and not lose the chat. One thing it was doing yesterday that was kind of annoying me, when I went full screen, it would drop the ads over to the left and it would just keep kicking the screen over. Twitch ads. See if there's this theater mode do. Theater mode might work. Try that. But we don't need to see Twitch chat. There we go. Perfect. So Hermes, how you doing over there? What'd you think of day one? Can't hear you if you're live.
I don't see it lighting up either.
Yeah, he was having some issues with his mic this morning, so I think he might be working on that. So we'll see. His jump down safe.
Yeah, I kind of expected if there was any sort of news about Squadron, it would be today. It would be, you know, go out with a bang sort of situation. And then you got Jared keep not like saying anything, but
burying
his eyes
the lead.
And
yeah.
kind of like, oh, I really want to talk about it, guys, but I can't.
Right. Well, and that was the other thing. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I totally forgot about. Yeah, that was on my note to kind of mention that. But yeah, yesterday, if you missed it, Jared was burying the lead very, very hard that there was going to be a big information drop, and I don't think it's Pyro, which means it pretty much has to be Squadron 42.
Oh yeah, they would have mentioned Pyro yesterday with all the Pyro talk.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this bit over here with the whole preview channel, I mean, that's Pyro. Welcome to Pyro right there. You can play Pyro in this. That's kind of the announcement. So, yeah, Pyro basically is dropping to us through this preview channel. But I wouldn't be surprised if they say we're planning on doing it Q1 of next year or something like that.
Yeah.
Especially if the replication layer is actually working. And so far, it seems pretty good. I got hit by a couple 30Ks last night when I was dropping with Wolfie, but I think that might have actually had more to do with our internet connection, the fact that we're on the same line, than anything else.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for, well, if we look at this, right, if we look at the schedule, their closing ceremony is 45 minutes to, well, it starts at 4:45 and ends at 5:30, so what?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
We made
that's a good amount of time to kind of do, thanks for supporting us, buy more ships,
How's my mic? Is this where you want
grateful.
it, Anthony?
Yeah, they
And then
were
maybe, like,
going
We were giving
hard
notes at
on the
yesterday.
shilling yesterday. I
apparently had the
noticed
mic
that.
Too far from my mouth, and
Yeah,
Karen was like,
maybe like 20 or 30 minutes
They said split the
of like a
difference, so we're gonna see
Star
what
or
we-
Squadron
see what we can improve
42
today.
reveal.
Hi everybody, I'm
It's
Jared.
not
I'm the creative
probably long
content
enough
lead
for a
for
vertical
Cloud Imperial Games
slice.
and Robert Space Industries.
So
And as I said,
Could
welcome to
be
CitCon
like
Day
a
2.
trailer though,
As
like a
one
45-minute
Yeah.
trailer.
astute user on
that'd be
social media
nice.
put it, yesterday we
I'm
laughed,
I
we
think
cried, we
everybody,
doubled our
ever
dollars.
since they removed it from
On
for
day 2,
sale,
we're
everyone
bringing a
is
whole
just
new
like
slew of presentations
white
for you
knuckling
to
for a
enjoy.
release date.
But before we
Right.
get to the
And they
programming
haven't
today,
said no. So
it's been 4 years.
Yeah,
since
yeah, and
we've done
they
a
would
CitCon,
have by now. Okay, we got Jared
a live
talking. I'm gonna
event like
crank him
this.
up for a sec
And
here.
it may have gone under the radar with the pandemic and missing a year. This is actually the 10th anniversary of CitizenCon and the 10th CitizenCon we've done. So I wanted to take some time.
we're happy to be here.
I wanted to take some time
Only 10
here on the
years.
pre-show where I can do pretty much anything I want and shout out some of the pioneers who came before us to make this event what it is today. So CitizenCon actually started, the very first one was back in 2013, back in the Alamo Roadhouse in Austin, and it was the brainchild of Sandy Gardner, Ben Lesnick, and Pete Mackey. Now it was in a little theater. It was in a little theater down in downtown Austin.
Can you hear me now?
And it
Can
was,
hear you.
for some, it was an excuse to watch the Wing Commander movie in front of a crowd and in a big theater. But for others, it was the birth of our annual convention and the introduction of Aaron Roberts and the Foundry 42 team at that time to the CIG family. It started out small, had some humble beginnings, but over the years, it's evolved into this massive undertaking that we have this year. In 2014 and 2016, CitizenCon was here in Los Angeles at the Avalon Theater, just in downtown. In 2014, we introduced the vision for the persistent universe, which was not yet playable. Arena Commander had only come just earlier that year. And in 2016, we followed up on those procedural planets with a visit down to the planets and the introduction of the Sandworm. And Sean Tracy, if you're watching, when my Sandworm, man? Can we hear it? When my Sandworm, man?
Sweet, sweet Samuel.
He goes on stage in the first presentation. He's probably not happy right now. Between those 2 years in LA, we took our first trip to Manchester and the, what was it called? The Runway Visitor Park, which was presented underneath a glorious Concorde, fantastic aviation craft that our chat users at the time really thought we had built a giant spaceship for this stage. I can remember sitting in the chat and going, no, that's not a spaceship. That's the Concorde. Get a calendar from 1988. It was like January. 2017 was where things started changing. 2017 was where we started to adopt the format that you see here today. It was our first trip to Frankfurt in the Avalon Theater, where we started breaking apart multiple presentations, multiple teams. We started really diving into the depths of Star Citizen's development. After the first several years of building up, having to build 4 studios around the world and lay the groundwork, CitizenCon had evolved to becoming the true showcase that it is today and showing you as many different aspects of our development as possible. But it reached its final form in 2018. Going back to Austin at the Long Convention Center, Long Center in Austin, that's where CitizenCon exploded. 2 tracks, 2 competing theaters of presentations, the
Jared has
mocap
his
stage.
notes written on glossy.
We introduced
Why
the
would you do
Xi'an
that?
language, which changed Chris Harrow's life forever. Shout out to Chris Harrow if you're watching. And then in 2019, the
So
biggest
fancy.
CitizenCon we had at the time back in Manchester, which parallels what we're doing today. Huge screens, huge exhibitions, huge panels, huge discussions, huge reveals. I'm sure we all remember that Carrick trailer. Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Oh, also, it was a Carrick ice sculpture that didn't melt all day. I lost $50 on that. I got 5 minutes? Oh, cool. Sorry, the person in my ear. Guys, I've never done a day 2 before. I'm running on fumes. How are you guys feeling? I do want to take this time. So, like I said, CitizenCon started from humble beginnings, the birth child of Sandy, of Ben, of Pete Mackey back in the day. It's evolved over the years with many stewards, Eric Hiron Davis, David Roth, our stewards this year. They're going to hate me for shouting them out. Leah and Tyler, please give them a huge round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event and made it everything that you guys hear live and in the theater have seen. Hall B, jeez, I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Leah and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Sean Tracy again for character advancement. They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character tech. You saw, and Andre. Don't want to forget Andre. You're going to love Andre. Sorry, Andre. You saw a little bit of it in the Star Engine presentation yesterday. It's going to explode, and they're going to show you the full potential of that work for the star hair and the star cloth and the facial stuff and the clothes stuff. You're not going to want to miss that. Life in the first person.
We need that.
Is a look at the first-person existence in our Star Citizens first-person universe. It's not just FPS combat. It's full. It's how you interact with the universe around you, and a lot are improvements I think many of you are going to appreciate.
Hey, now I can hear you.
Then Taking Flight. Yogi and Diego and Inez and the team there are going to be here for another live demo where they play the game and show you the amazing master mode and flight changes that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen. Then we're going to break for lunch again, 2 o'clock. Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, two-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, where we're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the Pyro system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here, be in your seats. If you have a chance to be anywhere, be in your seats.
He's doing it again.
As those presentations progress. I can't tell you why, but you'll thank me later. And then, of course, at around 5 o'clock thereof, timings, Chris Roberts will return to the stage for his closing remarks, his closing ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities. With that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan. He's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
Destination Adventures, where he's saying the
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you guys back at CitizenCon Day 2, CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. So many awesome things yesterday. We saw the server meshing panel. We saw people experience Pyro for the first time. We saw the community booth behind me.
He's
awesome
doing drinks too. Oh, he's got the for the stream and the fellow carnies, I did.
We don't have the
order that hoodie. It's got band new writing on it. I pretty much had to.
Well, welcome again. My name is Dan.
I'm not much of a jacket or hoodie kind of person.
Here at CIG, welcoming you all to the show floor here at Hall B.
Me either, says the guy currently wearing a hoodie.
Community booths. We'll be talking to content creators. We'll be talking about JWF stuff, or things will go long and maybe we'll talk about something. Who was that strange leprechaun of a man? So many colorful
They do have better
characters
presenters. Like the narrative team was decent, but it's weird having people that are actually media guys doing this.
I guess here's where I am. At least he makes it easy for me. So here we have the community booth. Here we have the community booths. We're going to get right into it. Follow me this way. We're going to go right into the corporation.
Yeah, I think I've seen them on the background before, but yeah, they're
Excuse me, guys. We're going to have a quick chat with the corporation if you guys don't mind. Welcome, everyone. This is the corporation.
Hey, I'm part of that org.
Now, these are one of the biggest orgs in the game. They're friendly to newbies. They have this really immersive scavenger hunt. So we're going to get into it. Welcome, guys. So can you tell me, what's the main focus of the corporation?
Looks like a nice guy.
The corporation is a friendly environment for people to have game sessions regularly, to have a good community, to encourage more people to play Star Citizen, and for us to explore all sorts of sessions that everything from racing
custom tailored in Italy, I doubt it.
Just creating a better environment for Star Citizen players, and we look forward to its release so that we can have a wonderful exploration of the universe.
Awesome, that's a great answer. So I hear you guys have a really immersive scavenger hunt you guys are doing for everyone on the show floor. Can you guys tell me a little bit about the scavenger hunt you guys are doing here at CitizenCon?
So the scavenger hunt is right here. I'm sure a number of you have grabbed some of the beads that we have, and if you are managed to find someone and trade with them to have 3 of the same color, we are entering you in a raffle for a vulture tonight.
That's a cool idea.
As well as a raffle for our pyro plushies, and a couple other little surprises if you come by and say hello.
Well, guys, be sure to come by and say hello. The Corporation are, again, one of the oldest orgs in Star Citizen. They are a staple of the game, and we're so happy to have them here.
Corporation's a pretty
good
org.
These community booths are all different orgs that represent a variety of facets of the game. Each of them brings something new and unique to the table, and it's why they are the backbone.
I think they were one that I looked at before I joined PXP, and before I bounced out and formed the Carnival.
What's up, guys? Hi, I'm looking for you. How's it going, man?
You guys show the Lego
you
bangle.
guys are focused
What
on these
is that? Show the bangle.
LAN party events. I mean, if you guys haven't seen one of these Equinox events, they are amazing. If there's one in your hometown, you'd be fools to not check them out. We sent CIG folks to them this year. They had an amazing time. So what are you guys doing here on the show floor? What are you guys talking about?
So we need Carnival merch. I need to make some.
LAN party at Equinox.
Definitely falling behind the big boys
bigger
here.
Than last time. So we're trying to promote that and get as many people sign up and get the word out. That's what the Lego model is here for, to help bring attention to it. It'll maybe at the next event. We have Vanguard over there, the large org. They're helping us run events, racing, fighting. We give out prizes.
Yeah, let's talk about this Lego sculpture. So this is an awesome Lego sculpture that you guys made. First off, where was this during Battle of the Bricks? And second off, how long did this take you guys to make? This is amazing.
The first question is, I just built this 19 days ago. And for Battle of the Bricks, I built a Scorpius and took an updated version to last LAN party at the Equinox. What was the other question? How long did it take to build?
Yeah, how long did it take to build?
About 120 hours in 19 days.
So that's like, an average session of Star Citizen sometimes, yeah. So no gaming at all. Yeah. So I think you answered it a little bit, but what can people expect from Equinox in 2024?
That's crazy.
Equinox, you bring your own PC, a lot of computers to pick from, big swag bags, and a lot of giveaways.
Yeah, any cool events that you're able to tell us about for 2024? You mentioned the June one. Is there anything else you guys are doing?
Like activities during the event? I don't think we have anything pegged out specifically yet, but last time we had racing, PvP, fist fighting in a Origin jump, or 890 jump.
Just some rich people boxing. You love to see it. Well, thank you guys. Nice. If you guys are here on the show floor, again, come check out Equinox. Come check out this Lego sculpture. It's the coolest thing I've seen in probably 5 minutes. I have a very short attention span. We're going to be making our way now over to the Walkers of Sigma. Now, these guys are the forefront security org of Star Citizen. These guys provide security for major events like the Daymar Rally. They are the forefront runners, like I said, of security. So how's it going, guys?
So wondering if the skunks are going to make an appearance.
I love that. So how do players or other orgs go about requesting security from you guys? What's the process for getting the Walkers of Sigma to be security?
Sure, absolutely. The best way to get a hold of us is to join our Discord. You can go stop by our booth and pick up a business card where you have our Discord link on the back of our card.
Let me see that. That looks so cool. Look at that. That's actual wood. Is this laser engraved?
Yes, sir. Laser engraved.
That's awesome. This looks phenomenal. Look at that. Here you go. I'm going to have you hold that for a second. So what's it like running security for things like Daymar? Obviously, that's a huge operation. There has to be so much that goes into it. What's it like running security for it?
So running security can be both very stressful and also at the same time a little boring. You're going to have some of those servers, you're securing roughly 15 different servers for something like the Daymar Rally. So some servers might not see any action at all, and you're just kind of sitting there hoping and cheering on your favorite racer. But there are other servers that can be super chaotic and are non-stop bombarded by outside forces. And those are the ones you really have to keep your eye on, make sure they have enough people to secure as many people as possible, and get any reinforcements if needed.
Yeah, that sounds like a logistical nightmare, but luckily they have the Walkers of Sigma to help make it all possible.
What was that, Gus?
So, kind of last question. Jared and other people have been harassing me throughout the convention.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like there's been a few security orgs that kind of popped up in the last couple of years. We might need to hire one.
Right,
they have a Reddit, so that's good.
Secure. Come follow me, guys. I got a big bodyguard now. I feel
having security is always good.
We're finally going to end our community booth segment. For now, we're going to go to other community booths later today.
Have something like a BMM that's just a big loot pinata. Not as bad as a whole C, but close.
Forefront using that word a lot. These guys are the precedent makers of gaming
I
technology,
do like that
whether they're
Zeus
monitors, accessories,
military
etc.
version for
Star
that
Citizen
snare
people
effect.
alike.
3-person
Yeah,
snare.
with the
Kinda
snare
nice.
and
I'm gonna talk to
the.
some people over here.
Let's
Hi guys,
take a
how's it
look
going?
at that guy.
How are you? Doing
If it
great.
had a little more
So, I don't know if you
cargo,
guys know this,
that would be
every
good.
single
Because if you're
monitor
pirating
in the
people,
LS
obviously you want to take the
is
cargo.
like we
Yeah.
love you guys, and I think the same is probably true for the
I
other
just
studios.
realized
What kind of
that they have the
stuff do you
internal
think we
view
can
on here
expect from
with just this
Asus
little
in
drop down.
2024?
So actually, we do
Yeah.
have.
So there's the
some new
interior.
products
I didn't
coming
show it
out,
off last
in
time, but
2024
yeah,
and
prisoner
actually towards
transport
end
on
of
that
this year.
thing, going to
We
be
do
a
have
pretty
these,
solid
beautiful
bounty
OLEDs
hunter
coming out.
for sure.
Let's take a look at that really quick.
I think
Dang, that
the
is a
Cuddy
nice
Blue
monitor. Look
can
at that.
carry more prisoners, but
Yeah, that's gonna be some quality.
not bad. Yeah,
guys have that
it'll
coming
be
out
a
in
really good,
2024. Anything
really
else players
solid
can
bounty
expect?
on your ship.
So we actually launched our C790 refresh motherboard as well. That's compatible
Actually, since
with
I
the 14th
didn't do the
gen,
interiors on all of these
recently.
before.
Yeah, that's pretty much it we have this year.
I mean, that's gonna be amazing.
I think it will be a
My
great
final
bounty
question,
hunting ship,
What was
though,
it like
yeah.
to bring Pyro to people for the first time?
Yeah, we
I
got the
think it's
ES,
great.
which I
actually
think
hope
is
hope
the
everyone enjoyed the peripheral and the
exploration
monitors that we
version.
provide, to you guys.
Um,
So, yeah, it's a
I'm
great
not sure what the
experience
ES
for you
is
guys.
because I know the
Yeah, everyone I
Clipper.
talked to had a great time. Well, I think that's all the time we have. I'm
So
gonna cut
I
it
mean,
back
obviously
to
the cargo
Jared.
hold
You
is
guys are gonna
bigger
see
on
some
that. So
awesome
let's look at the
presentations
ES
today. We'll
interior
see you back
again.
here on the show floor later.
Looks like it just
Until
has a
then,
little bit
stay safe
more
and see you in person.
habitation room. So yeah,
Thanks,
that would make
Dan.
sense if it was
I'm here in the
a.
hallway audience. How you doing, everybody?
If it was an exploration ship, you'd have a little bit more storage room for food and stuff like that. All right,
I've
here
not
we go.
spoken
Back
one
to the
word
show.
this individual next to me. Hi, individual next to me. Who are you?
Hello, Jared. My name is Jack.
Hey, Jack. What do you do in the verse?
Salvage.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Are you good at it?
I'm good at it.
There you go.
Humble sort, huh?
Very.
Would you say you're the humblest person you know?
Possibly.
He's a real talker.
Good interview. Yeah.
Could there be someone more humble than you?
Probably.
Never mind. All right. So a couple more housekeeping things. As Dan said, Asus is one of our amazing partners here to make this event possible. We also want to shout out our teams at IX Systems. They helped build the amazing server technology that we're using in the Pyro Playground. We are not connected to the internet. We have our entire environment replicated here. It's back there. You should go check it out. Talk to those guys there. What Ahmed and that team at IX
I
has done is
would if I
fantastic.
were
They've allowed
there.
us to run the Pyro Playground at 60 frames a second with the best server stuff possible. It's like we're all like, oh, this is what's possible with this game. It's really exciting. I also want to shout out VKB, who have been amazing at helping us with the control surfaces for the Fight or Flight exhibition going on at the Atmo booth. Be sure you go by there and check that out. And then, of course, CLX. The custom computer maker who made all 150 computers for the Pyro Playground, the 2 computers that are operating on stage, the box that's running this live stream right now. I can be out here, it's there, I don't have to worry about it.
give us
so
a
thank you to
couple.
all of our partners, and I feel like I'm missing one, and I expect to hear about it from Tyler later on. I didn't bring my cards. So,
He didn't mention the carnival. He's off the team.
yeah. You know, when do we start? We start at 11?
Got 10 minutes.
We got 5 minutes. How should we fill the time?
A hair disjointed.
All right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do.
Red Rover.
Back in 2013, we attempted to sing Star Citizen Happy Birthday. And at that time, there was a weird legal kerfluffle. It was believed that the stream got muted because we sang Happy Birthday on stage, and Twitch automated content said, no, don't. It's our birthday. It's a little late. It's also Jake Acapella's birthday, so
It's also in the
if
public
all of you
domain.
would join me in a rousing edition of Happy Birthday, we're going to test the stream gods and see if we don't get muted. So ready? All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Jared's got a good voice. Said this before.
Dear Star Citizen.
Nice. I like this dude.
Yeah, he's got a good voice.
Got front row seat. I don't know who he is.
All right. With that, we're going to take a break. Hang out, get your last drinks, get your last snacks, everybody. The show's starting in about 10 minutes with our character advancement panel right there on stage. So stay tuned. If you like day one, we've got more to come, everybody. Take care. We'll see you in a bit.
Woo.
It's going to be a good day.
Yep, should be a very artistic day. This should be... I hesitate to call it a fluff day, but it'll be a lot of kind of the background, well, I guess more of the foreground stuff.
Obviously the big reveal is going to be the last hour.
Yeah, or the last 45 minutes. Yeah, that is...
What's the big reveal?
Destination adventure, this whole thing that Jared has been hyping for the last day and a half. Where he's all like, I can't talk about it, or CR will kill me, all that sort of stuff, is probably this destination adventure thing. Which is, I'll just read the description. From high up in orbit down to the surface of planets and deep into the underground, we delve into new interactions, missions, and gameplay, and more coming to Star Citizen Universe on all levels. So, yeah, I think closing ceremony is the best bet for a Squadron 42 reveal. Destination Adventure is probably the 4.0 reveal. And man, that would have a lot of synergy with it being 4 o'clock.
Maybe at 4:20.
There you go.
I like how Squadron 42 is such big news for both those who want it to come out, like myself, who already have it, and those who don't want it and just play Star Citizen, because it's like,
yeah,
hooray, I get to play finally a complete game, and the other group is like, all right, we can start focusing on Star Citizen.
Right, yeah, and yeah, I mean, well, and it's really kind of a 3-win for that reason, although the thing is that this is only chapter 1, so I think Squadron 42 has 3 chapters, but at that point they won't have to make the engine for chapter 2. They'll have the engine, so it's just a matter of creating the missions. I assume they already have the voice acting done, because I mean, it's like 10 years later. They bring back Gary Oldman now, and some of those names like Harry, good luck getting him. Although he is a nerd, he is a gaming nerd, he might come back and do it just because it's cool. You know, it's basically why he did The Witcher, because he is a huge fan of the series and the games.
I kind of fall into the camp of both groups because I do want to play it.
Same.
But I'm also thinking it'd be good for Star Citizen to have them be able to focus on it once it's finished.
Yeah, and I think that I would hope that's most of the community, that they understand that Squadron 42 having a successful launch would be a huge win for this project as a whole. Whether you want to play it or not, it'll kind of bring the game to an audience that wouldn't play it otherwise, because I know I wasn't a huge MMO fan, but I love to play space games. This is the one time I've made an exception with an MMO.
Do you think when it does release, you know, next year to 5, do you think it'll be bigger than Starfield?
Yes and no. Bethesda has a bigger voice, especially since they were backed by Microsoft. They've got a bigger marketing budget, and that's something that we can get lost in just being in this project of the day and day. We don't necessarily pick up on the vast majority of gamers who heard about Star Citizen 10 years ago and haven't heard anything since and totally forgot it existed, which is the majority of the gaming community. I think just given the cast they've got for Squadron 42, they could probably build up enough hype in the next year to come close. especially as disappointing as Starfield was, that's not a real high bar.
Right, exactly. People are always... the community that likes space games are always on the lookout for something unique and big.
Yeah, it's a real good point, Ghost, to that. I mean, that's kind of... I just like sci-fi games in general, so... Yeah, I mean, I'll play Cyberpunk and Starfield, and I'll probably be playing Homeworld 3? I think it's 3 that's coming out here in a little bit. Looks awesome. So, yeah, just sci-fi games in general, but especially space games. There's Aaron. Kind of funny that they put him in, like, the 4th row back.
I wonder how long of a campaign Squadron will be. Are we thinking like a 15-hour campaign or something like a 40-hour campaign?
Oh, no, I'm thinking like 80 hours or something. It's going to be a... well, I don't know. It's not full open world. Yeah. I'm thinking at least like 20 to 30 hours minimum, just given how complex the chapters look. I mean, I assume you could just kind of blow through them like Rambo and probably speed run the game, but I imagine some of them will take a little while.
I know it's been this long. I'll probably put in a hefty amount of hours playing, replaying different difficulties, exploring every single nook and cranny for any kind of Easter eggs or anything.
Yeah, and I'm sure these devs, just given the length of the dev cycle, will have plenty of stuff in. That's a good point. I'll look for loot I can bring into the main game.
That's true too.
Legendary weapons.
What is it we get for completing the game?
The F8.
It's like F7, F8.
Yeah, you'll get access to it, is how they described it.
Is that now beating it on the hardest difficulty or just beating it?
I don't think they've said, but yeah, I think it's just completing the game. You get it.
So that's the military version?
It'll probably be the civilian version. I imagine they'll give us the...
Don't tell my boss.
Why does he have his light on?
I don't know.
Recognizing a couple faces in the crowd here, but not as many as I thought.
A person dressed him like a hot dog.
I think I saw a race guy, but I'm not sure.
He was streaming earlier. He was walking around with his phone.
The hot dog is pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't blame them. They're probably roasting in that thing.
Yeah, like the dude that won yesterday, not only was he wearing the heavy armor and all that, but he clearly had like a sweatshirt on under it. Yeah, it's just like, dude, you are not in Alaska, you're in LA.
Yeah. All those people in there is just gonna raise that temperature even more.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I imagine the LA Convention Center has pretty good air conditioning, but still, has a lot of people packed pretty close.
1 minute out. I wonder if they'll open up with like a big cinematic like they did on day one.
It's gonna be characters, I would imagine. No, they will finish on the big cinematic, but I imagine Sean Tracy will just come out and do his thing. He's pretty charismatic, so that's probably going to be the intro, is just them walking on stage, I would think. Sean Tracy always gets a bad rap, but as a person that loves character animation myself, I absolutely adore the guy. And
I feel bad for him about
Theaters of War.
Yeah.
Oh man, and I got to play Theaters of War too. That was one of the games that I was world ranked in before this one.
Please
Here we
welcome
go.
to the stage, The person
Joint Operations reminds me a lot of Joint Operations. That was amazing.
Disco Lando! He also had caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2, everybody! Are you pumped? Are you psyched? Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start.
I'm having Balmer
Welcome to Day
flashbacks.
2.
How about you,
I'm not going
Knight?
to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up. Bone, start the show.
Oh, Steve Ballmer? Yeah. Developers.
Woo! Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Monkey dance.
Hello there.
A couple new names, a couple really old names.
Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of CitizenCon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first, let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro, and
Sounds
how
like a
this
good way of build
influences
character.
the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially,
Definitely my
frontier
aesthetic.
fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game.
I think I'm gonna like Frontier probably the most.
Yeah, it just kind of has that Han Solo aesthetic to it, or kind of
lived-in feel.
Yeah, Serenity, that kind of thing. Liking the balaclava back there. That's kind of cool.
Different walk animation is nice.
Pay attention to the characters and start seeing if there's other body shapes. Curious if they'll sneak that in there. Imagine we'll see tattoos coming in on this. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's great.
Not that the dev team doesn't pay attention to details, because that is what Star Citizen is. It's all about the details. Not really seeing any variation in form.
You're talking like you're trying to act like some sort of artist or something.
The edge loops. It's all about the edge loops, Knight. Maybe body shapes are going to be next. Yeah, there's the one that she's got on is the goodies pack.
Yeah, I don't like that suit. I think it's lame looking. But
it looks like
this is okay. This looks okay, but the one in the pictures is lame looking.
It looked a little bit like a onesie or like a gimp suit.
Yeah, it's like a unitard or something.
Exactly.
Are
That's
they
what it
yoga and pyro.
There you go.
Yeah, it looked like a yoga outfit. It's like this lame looking.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping the real one is going to be a little different. Yeah, there's the helmet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Looks like one of
Sand people.
Sand people, that's it. Yeah, I was going to say something
Okay,
from Star
awesome.
Wars.
So hopefully you guys that played
Like all the
Pyro
pouches.
Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic.
That'd be nice.
This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool
increases
to give the functionality,
capacity.
but
That's
also
cool.
some
The
customization
diaper
options. So
release
let's take a look
valve.
at a video we just developed internally, and this is for
Right, your cat.
modular storage items
A
on the
catheter.
player.
Man, I want some of these buildings in the game right now.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing that's been hardest about Pyro is seeing all of these assets, quote unquote, in game and not being able to touch them. Yeah. This is a good idea. A medium pouch that you can put on your clothes to add more storage.
Oh,
that is a good idea.
Okay. I dig it. Sure. I don't really carry much on me, but I'm sure I will.
Oh, look at that. The attachment points. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
On clothing.
And it's in a self-contained pouch if you look on the left. So you can actually pull it off and give it to someone.
Heck yeah, man.
That is wow. That is pretty clever.
Takes up 46% with 2 med pens.
Pouch citizen. Yeah. I mean, they are small. Give them that, but he got a hot dog in one of them. Nice. Yeah, that's a really cool. Oh, the arms actually look like they were dodging it. That's nice.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics.
I like the heat one.
Yeah.
Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library. And we focused on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100% values. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
Yeah, definitely better than the picture. Oh, okay, now that's cool. Does the helmet animate?
It looks like it does. Looks like you flip it up.
Oh, okay, now that ups the coolness factor for sure.
All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Boy, it's been a long time since we've seen that.
Yeah, it's actually on the action wheel.
Frontier Fashion is expanding
doesn't
the
quite
visual
work
design
yet. It just puts it
palette
in your
for
storage,
humans,
doesn't carry it.
giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys.
Only 50 away from 106.
Yeah.
So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right.
Oh,
So it was like, all right,
50,000.
now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
Sort of like Yakuza then. Was I wrong, or did that guy have cyberware on the back of his head?
I don't know.
I'll have to watch that later. That guy looks like he has cyber arms. At least hands. Burn before betrayal. That's...
I like the font.
Yeah. They're a very artistic gang. I like it.
Yeah. Some high quality tattoos for a game.
Right. Guess all the good tattoo artists go to Pyro. Got some more facial animations in there.
Does the player have to get a tattoo to join
I think
the
they look
faction?
absolutely
You might.
fantastic. Okay. So the Rough and Ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos form a progressive design. This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos
There you
and
go.
apply them to your character.
Nice. That's cool.
That will mark you as
Walking
rough and
them
ready
behind
for an
progression.
alternate gang.
Okay,
though.
cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is
That's true,
Headhunters.
too.
So this gang is also located in Pyro, but offers a completely different frontier aesthetic.
Like a Warhammer aesthetic.
Yeah,
More
I
of a
was about to
wasteland
say,
vibe.
Skulls
lots
for
of
the skull
personality,
god.
And this will translate into the behavior types. Now, this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek.
Pretty far along if you look at the progress tracker. They got tats too.
Yeah.
Oh, I like those. Those are...
This is very Necromunda.
Or, I was gonna say Maelstrom from Cyberpunk, but yeah, that too.
Yeah. I like it.
Just sort of
Really good with the tattoo arts.
industrial metal. Well, I mean, if you see Forrest, he's got like full sleeves. He's gonna be coming up here in a second, so I imagine there'd be some focus on tats. Is that an actual human skull hanging from his belt? That's kind of funny.
I'm always happy for more armor customization.
Is that a baby skull on his shoulder? That's not very intimidating. $40K servitor. Glorious day! Going hard on the micro expressions. That's a nice touch.
I wonder if that was supposed to be like dirt or if that was like tattoo on his face.
It could be one or the other. I think we'll find out pretty soon. But yeah, it might have been a tattoo, like almost not Gaelic, but yeah, not bad. Dusters. Okay, this is one that we've been wanting to hear about. I was thinking these were going to be
So cosplay competition next year.
on Hurston.
I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right. So they're looking awesome. Now, the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters.
These are actually
So
a
Dusters
Stanton
are a
gang.
criminal gang specializing in mining-related
What?
crimes. Now, internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now, I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language.
Whoa.
So here we can see
Mad Max.
So here we can
Mad
see the
Max?
Dusters gang lineup
Yeah.
showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection
Been
and
waiting
mobility.
on that too.
Yeah.
New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support.
Nice. Hopefully that's coming soon and not like 2 years off.
And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
Cool. Yep, been waiting on that.
So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time. Poor hygiene can lead to disease, lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt.
Give me a washing machine.
Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects.
You know, you're going to have characters going
clean.
full Pigpen and just seeing how dirty they can get over time.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm Mudman.
Okay, so that covers a quick recap on
I will hug you.
And hygiene.
Exactly.
Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters.
I hope wearing certain armors and tattoos inside lawful areas will either make guards hostile or wary.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Hopefully we hear about that in the second chat. We'll see.
I like that minimalist look.
Yeah, that's not bad. I kind of like that helmet. I don't know how good it would do in 0G. Your ears might not appreciate it, but not bad on a planet. Like the hood.
Yeah. I'm a fan.
Looks like a good way to get your ear shot off to me.
Right?
That's true.
Don't go into 0G.
I'll be right back. I have to vacuum my ears.
Exactly. Darth Vader.
Darth Vader stormtrooper-y looking helmet, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sand Vader.
Awesome. So
Different
you'll be able
body
to find the
types, bring it.
dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton, and the dusters will be available Q4 this year.
There you go.
The armor?
The Dusters are going to be in game.
And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome.
Cool.
Enjoy the
We'll
rest of the show.
Different to fight.
Yep. I figured.
Which would mean we should get the armor too, then we can loot it.
Exactly.
That's
Yay,
cool.
Sean.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitCon kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous Cloth setups, and in the end it just looks a whole lot better. So today I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action.
Love me some Barbie Citizen. That is a Decker jacket. Look at that. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Pure Blade Runner.
Trench coat. Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs. They have to crouch. They have to prone. It's got to collide with the environment.
They're walking around. Careful. Nice.
And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics.
It has to hold my Oscar.
Oh, well, that's where we've seen that before.
It's glitching out a little bit.
A little bit, but not bad. That's still good.
Yeah, it's good.
Gary Oldman's looking good. Wow, that's crazy.
Got that one just before some good spoilers, so. All right, so how's it all work? Well, Cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the Duster and the one I want to show you now.
Do it.
That looks great.
So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron.
That's a
this
beard.
one's actually a lot heavier, and it
That
moves a
is
lot
a
differently
beard.
than the
You are
cloth on the
correct.
back.
And it's moving.
We saw it. We saw the beard.
It was moving a little bit, I think.
So he's
I'm
walking
quickly
into the wind
searching
here.
for the alias Starbeard.
Grab that page.
And in the end, as I mentioned,
Grab
it just looks a
Starbeard.
whole lot
We're
better.
mentioning it in chat as well.
Oh yeah, I see the chat.
How dare you sneak that in on me, CIG?
So with that, I want to hand you off to my
They
friend
knew what
Andre
they were
Pierce,
doing with
who's going to
that.
talk about hair.
Yeah.
There it is. Good segue.
Okay, hopefully. Come on. You just
Thank you, man.
teased it.
I love Sean.
Hi,
Sean's
hi
so good.
everyone.
That was
So,
understated for a Sean.
Nice to be here in LA with all you
presentation.
guys. So I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair into the verse?
A hair guy that has stylish hair. At least he's keeping the form.
All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys, okay? Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay? So, first thing I want to touch now, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe?
Whoa.
What? They're out right now?
Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay?
Ready to
So,
ship.
hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us, the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? And it's, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do, okay? So it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips, and roots and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course.
This does explain why hair tech
we came
took
to a
3
realization.
years.
Yeah.
The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it will be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there,
that
and
he was
added a gradient
investigating
to it.
how to
So
do
no longer
growing hair
true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he said that he had figured out how to do it. I mean,
and basically
at heart,
achieve the
CR
result
is a
we
coder,
expected.
so
Yeah,
it would make
Arc's on
sense
the
they
placement
take
side,
an interest.
we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now,
He's going to give us a coupon to free haircut in the game.
Okay, because I'm a very technical person.
You can
and
buy
if you
it.
see me around the venue, feel free. I'm Andre. You can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example
Is there
that you
gonna
all
be a
can
new
relate. So
profession in-game?
imagine in real life,
Might
you
be.
have a
People are
construction business
saying
and you
there's
can make
Star
one
Barber.
wall, one roof, one
barber on your
floor, and
privateer
one window.
There you go.
You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only
shine.
building your house, you're actually building
Tattoo and hair
the
parlor.
whole town,
charisma.
and then the whole state, and then eventually the old universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, air libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement.
I hear a but.
Cool. So
You can be able to
hair
do
libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals is help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just baking it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game has a color.
That's going to give it some pretty amazing
You might use it
depth.
or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you.
That's
You don't-
crazy.
It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back
Once
seat,
again,
whatever
this
you
is
want.
the
Now,
kind
we
of thing that
decided
would
to use this
only
because
be
it was free.
made
The trunk was already
by
there, so the vertex
CIG in
color was
its
already
kind of
there,
environment.
and we just decided to store two ambient occlusions on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way. Light hairs, like a blonde hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one. And that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined.
I thought that
it's
was
absolutely amazing.
Mapping of chest hair.
So
I think it's just a flat.
we have an hairstyle that was ready.
She's a bear.
And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts,
like the colors.
Onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see in the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space.
I'm wondering if what they're going to have is that we can actually...
Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides
like in
and
real
dark
time.
on the
We'll
top,
see.
I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards, if you paint one card to make it white here, well, it's going to be stacked on top of the other and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible results. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah,
so,
it's pretty amazing. That is really groundbreaking stuff. That is
next video,
pretty
we're going to take
impressive.
a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video.
That will have access to? Man, there might be a barber one.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that might be just...
I'm expecting some sliders. And...
Yeah, I would expect sliders too, but it
range,
seems like they're leaning that
These
direction.
are melanin
That's
ranges,
pretty
so
cool.
realistic ranges.
Yeah.
Fully white up to black. Obviously, you can go redhead as well.
Yay!
Get out of the
I
way.
like the face texture. I'm noticing that more than the hair.
Yeah.
We also have the dye feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this.
Do we have unnatural hair colors in game right now?
That's a good question. No, you just have like the 12 set ones.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Oh, and you can do it through the length. That's cool.
And this is why important, the length of the card is stored in those vertexes. And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair.
That is pretty impressive.
And if you look at the temporal
Can't
line
believe
here,
the
you
people
can
in
see how
chat are
this
like wrap it up.
pixel
It's like
depth
you
set
guys are
helps us
watching the wrong
with the
thing.
transitions as well.
Yeah.
Go watch Power Rangers.
Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
Game ready to go to the PU, but when is it
why
dropping?
Is it not here then?
But when?
So now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Yeah, alright, it's different new hairstyles. Man, it
That
looks
looks
way better than what we got.
Real good. Yeah, that looks... Wow.
Yeah.
Like, you could literally make movies with this engine.
I like that they've paid attention to the little wisp hair, kind of out of form.
Yeah, the little splines off to the side. Yeah.
Nice. Fairly standard, but nice.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm noticing, like, facial texture.
Yeah, they are.
Hot marks.
And the facial shape, that's not one of the faces that we've had access to this point. Women too, yeah, that looks like Gillian Anderson a little bit.
Yeah. Nice coloring.
Layers. Ogres have layers. Scars. See them?
More my kind of hairstyle is what I'm rocking in the game right now.
Yeah, I just go for the shaved head look because it's what I got in reality. Yeah, it looks good. I don't know if the hairstyles are good enough. I might actually implement them. I wonder if they're gonna wrap it up with beards. Just show a bunch of dudes with beards.
Don't understand.
I would like to talk to your manager.
Yeah.
Star manager.
It's not a good looking hairstyle, but that's just me.
Not a bad one for when you're wearing a helmet, though.
Also another one that we have in game, but better. Quite a bit better. I can see myself in the room. Nice.
Yeah, those are solid. And look at all the depth on that. Man, that is hard to pull off in a game, especially a massively multiplayer one like the single player. Sure. That's crazy. Flock of seagulls. I am an 80s rocker.
I was thinking Roger Daltrey.
There you go. Very impressive.
Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dive, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you,
you can't say that and not say you're getting it now.
From this type of hairstyles you just see now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything. Okay?
Anything?
I thought he was going to say, please apply.
It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
So now they're probably going to start doing braids of cornrows. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we've been winning on Twitch Pacheco. That's impressive.
Looks good. It's not one I would use, but it looks great.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Good looking dreads. again, this, and I think this is a good thing, but it feels like they're selling a tech demo to other game developers. That's neat. Like, you can use Star Engine to make your game. Give us money. Because, I mean, that's about the only way they'll be able to do this thing and have it that you just buy a starter pack, because that's diminishing returns. That's pretty amazing. Very impressive. Very impressive.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you see in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an artist, right?
Yeah.
So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made.
I'm hearing a butt again.
Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it, they need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're gonna see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys.
Interesting, kind of dodged the release date.
Into the PU.
Receding hairline, awesome. That is cool, though.
That's what we're getting first for the men.
The women in the crowd are happy about having something different than the beehive.
Shafted. Very cool. That was like wood.
Yes, 16 or 8. Like look like 8 ones. Quarter 4, 2023. So it's gonna be 3-2-2. There we go. There we go. So 3-2-2.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles.
3-2-2 is gonna be a crazy patch.
See you in the bus.
So far, it's a lot of art updates for 3-2-2.
Yeah,
another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game.
Which is sort of what I was.
I can't wait to put new hair on my character. I'll tell you that.
You see, yes,
and for
sleeves.
Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier, absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna run through this. We don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire
Just don't get ahead
to the
of yourself,
photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads.
60
so what
new
is
heads.
a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin,
Our game is
the mouth,
covered in heads.
and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads. and we process them internally.
Modification tools.
We also added customizable
Right.
facial features,
There you
skin
go.
tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great.
I'm gonna go full clown makeup.
All right. So our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there. But that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new
Heads for
pool.
the head god. That's a pretty diverse group, dude. That's nicely done.
Yeah. Sweet.
Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated in seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing
And
does it
Ryan
in
for
seconds.
Super Mac
Talk
Brothers
about
is one of
state of
those
the art.
faces.
Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we could render them, make them look really good. Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions. Hyper accurate scan results.
I would say so.
Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
Oh, very cool.
That's insane.
Looks so expensive.
All right.
Yeah, it ain't cheap.
So there we got some
The
characters
price
here on
of
the screen.
faces.
Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone though. Skin tone's tricky because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability
really
to do
cool to see your
whatever you
face in
want.
game like that.
So what you see is some really weird looking characters. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that white head, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
Subterranean creature. Okay, that is crazy. They're actually hopping over the uncanny valley. That is really hard to do. You're
All
going
right,
to have
so here's a little more
movie
detail what I'm
companies
talking about.
looking at what
We
CIG
knew that we
is
were going to
doing
get
here.
a pool for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with.
Being a ginger,
And what's
I would
great
be
about this is
off
as
the
we
charts to the
grow
left.
our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is written by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice.
Beards.
And now here's
again.
another look.
Facial
Here's
hair.
a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff.
Yeah, mustaches.
And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42.
Oh!
And
every head you
3,
see
2,
in
2.
here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe,
There it
so
is.
all heads are in the verse.
That is what I want to do.
And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Sean, yay!
Good tools, please. I hate
Thanks,
what we
buddy.
have.
Forrest is such a good presenter. We don't see him enough.
All right, so what's this all mean to you guys?
He used to
Let's
do
show
around the
ya.
verse back in the day.
Yeah.
Time for live demo. All right.
No
so
pressure.
I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine.
Nice. They did an in-game one. That is cool.
All right, so here you can see we've got the whoa. I'm getting feedback.
Don't like that.
You can see we've got two
sound.
body types that I can select from at any point in time.
Oh, I hate that. What is?
So we're gonna start in right away.
I can't actually
Now you
hear
might
it.
recall how the character creator
It's like
currently
a
works.
high-pitched tone.
You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down,
Fudge feedback.
depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this.
They might have
and
had
what
a
we've
mic
now
on the
introduced
computer that
is
was
sculpting mode.
Yeah, other people are complaining about the high pitch. I couldn't actually hear it. Whoa, look at that. Oh, people
So,
are going to be making some weird
it's quite
stuff.
interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
a good
going on
idea.
between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away.
That
so
was
I want
asymmetric.
to wind up the nose. You can see that it's all very intuitive. It's fast to use. I'm going to make the lips
Why
a little
has
bit
no one
bigger
done
here.
This before? That's so simple.
There we go, something
Yeah,
like that.
I mean, there's
think that
been
looks pretty
versions of
good.
this, but
I'm going to adjust the brow here, maybe make it a little bit of a heavier brow. Now we
Rihanna
can adjust the
Keats.
eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here.
That's pretty intuitive. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
So here we're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit
Yeah, the
more of a
question
hero
is
chin.
it going to get a...
There we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool.
Is
All
it
right,
gonna actually
so not to spend too
save
much
the
time on that, I
hex
want to show
code?
you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is
Nice.
melanin and hemoglobin at the same time.
Wow.
So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures. Now, like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I like? Oh, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right, so the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles.
Yay!
Hooray.
So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top just so you guys can see it. But for my character here, I'm gonna keep it kind of subtle, like this, but quite a few of them, something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is, you know, a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes.
Wrinkles?
So no
eyes.
longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB
because they
chart
had one
of
that
what you want to
almost
select.
perfectly
So
matched what my
if you want to
actual
have
eyes are
bright
like.
green eyes, if
But
you want to
now you
have
can do
hazel
the
eyes,
artificial
if you want to
ones.
have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes. This is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns. We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next,
That is pretty
as Andre
impressive.
talked about, we
There's
have
the hair.
all the hairstyles that you could want.
And you can see the beards on there.
So
and
I'm just
the
gonna
last one,
pick
you
a
can
couple
edit the
different
hair.
ones.
That's
There's
what
a,
I was looking
a
for.
reality for some of us, and another reality for another one of us. There it is. That's what I want my reality to be here. Something like this. I'm digging the mohawk, though, for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All right.
Hooray! Where's my big beard?
Beard.
So it might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select the full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right.
What are you
So
gonna
we've got
do
all
when
the
the
different beard types
24-inch
that you could want,
pythons
and
go
we're gonna
wild
add as
on
many as you
you?
guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for
The
this guy.
handlebar is going to be required
Yeah,
for
I'm
both
digging the
men
full beard
and
for this
women
guy.
in the carnival.
Even further to that, we've got
Man, I
eyebrow
was hoping they had
selection,
bigger
which
beards,
is,
but I know
I
they
mean,
gotta
you
have
could go with
You
no
might be able to
eyebrows.
make
That's-
them
that's a
bigger.
very
We'll see if there's
real-
an option.
Yeah, you could have bushy ones. You can have a little
In
bit
real
more,
life,
you know,
I've got,
normal,
like,
kind of straightforward
an 8-inch
ones.
beard. So
But
You
it was
worked on
mentioned
that
before
one.
during the hair
Yeah,
and
I haven't
with
shaved
Forrest's
in
discussion that
here
we've
you
got
go,
the
here you
hair
go, here you
dye
go.
as well. So with the hair dye,
It's color.
you can affect all the hair at once. And
Detail.
right now, I've got all selected. So I can go through the gamut of all the different hairs.
Because they
melanin
don't have the
that you can
crazy
set.
mohawk anymore, and we saw that. I'm wondering if you can actually,
So here, I'm just
like,
going to
you could
darken
drag
it up
the
a little bit.
face. I'm wondering
And
if you can
if I
drag
wanted
the
to
hair.
dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself, setting a dye color here,
that's cool. I can have different
something
colors.
like that.
Yeah.
But in the end,
Yeah, it's a
I'm
nice
really
touch.
digging the jet black on this particular one.
I know that we're,
So I'm going to
regardless, this won't be the
frost
end of
these
it,
tips
so.
a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here.
That's holy crap.
So there we go. He looks a lot
So
different
you'll
than
be
how
able to
that
work
started, and
gray
I
into
think
your
that's
hair
actually
that
pretty
way
fun.
too,
Now,
which
there's a
is
lot of stuff in
good
here,
for
and
me.
I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character.
Can
So
I
once you're
export
done,
this,
you've got to
please?
sign off a personal
I can just
declaration
upload
that the
it.
physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly
Hopefully
caused
3.20
will be
are
serious.
okay with you.
I spent about 30 seconds on
So let's go to our
character
next body
customization
type.
right now because it just gets reset.
Well, and
Alright.
I've gotten real good at making
So,
my
I'm gonna
character
go to
just
town here
quick.
real
So
fast.
yeah, this will be
Oh my
interesting.
goodness.
Right away.
Wow.
And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're gonna get there. Let's make some changes here. Gonna adjust
Like a
the bridge of the
hammerhead
nose,
shark.
maybe a little bit of the cheekbones
Yeah.
here. That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here.
man.
Something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here, and I'm gonna lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character.
Save
That's looking
the
pretty good
hex
to me,
code?
actually. So next, just like we did before, we go into features. We can do the skin
default
tone.
head.
I'm going to
I
select
choose
a
the
certain
second
texture
head to
here,
blend,
just because
go about
we
midway,
gotta
choose the
get going on
hairstyle,
time
done.
here.
I think that's most people just because there's so
around
few
here is
options. But
looking
if you
pretty
could
good to
save the
me.
hex
Cool.
code, I would
All right,
definitely
we go into
spend
the complexion
a lot
the same way
more
that we
time.
did before.
would.
So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real
More
freckled appearance on this
freckles.
particular character.
Totally
And I'm
unbiased
going to turn
opinion.
down the sunspots. So we move forward to the eye color again. Ooh, I'm really digging the green. Yeah, I like the green kind of look. And we get to the makeup. Now, this is where I wanted to spend more time. Now, I'm arguably not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this particular, I'm going to go quite dark here, just in the dark sort of fuchsias and purples. Here, we'll do in the inner lid eyeshadow. And that I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think.
Why didn't
and then we're
they
going to
have a lady
do the
come
same
out and do
thing
this?
with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we
I
can go
think
as
they
crazy
do have that for the men too. He just
or as
wasn't
calm
showing
as you
it.
want.
Yeah.
Sure, you can put makeup on men in games. Yeah. I mean,
So, what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I
Out
just
of
pull
game.
it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same
My
stuff
daughter
on the
has
lips.
one
Now, what we have
eye
is a whole bunch of
pink,
different
one eye
makeup
blue
masks, and
makeup
you've
is
got
what she
3
said.
different
Yeah,
channels
I was
within those
wondering if
masks.
they
So
were going to
basically
play
3
with
different colors
asymmetry
that are
because I
affecting different
mean,
areas of it. Now, for the
most
lips, we can go
faces
with the
are
same sort of theme if
mildly
we wanted.
asymmetric.
And I think I'm actually kind of digging that. And let's go on the lip liner a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next.
Noticing no like.
I think we're good.
cheek blends or
Yeah.
anything like that.
I think we're good. I have no
Just
business
eyes
doing
and
that, that's
lips.
for sure. Same thing on the hair. Again, we've got a whole bunch of different hairstyles. These will all be shared between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the
If they've
ponytail,
only got
we've got the slick back kind of
9,
look.
I am hoping we get more when we get this.
Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes. Yes, now we're talking. All right. So cool. Now,
Space
again,
Manager.
we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, you got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys.
Put a mustache on her.
So on the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, you know, something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme forward here.
Kind of a little bit terrifying, but
And then
you know.
I'm going to give it a bit of a fall off, as we can do. So it's just on the tips there. So let's see that in action.
You have a lot of variation in faces on the characters, though. That's for sure. NPCs and stuff, it could just randomize all this.
So now, you know, at first, we weren't sure about that character, right? But in the end, I think she turned out, definitely. So you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, you know, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all this work. And one of the cool things to note is that we use this now internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, hoping for being able to save hex codes. That's not okay.
It works. All right, we're behind on schedule, so let's welcome the Life in the First Person crew. Take it away. I'll be here. I'm busy.
That's great.
That's not okay, Jared.
Hello, everyone. You know, am I too early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here at CitCon in person. I've had so much fun. Thank you all. But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. And I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from the ground up.
Tell me we're getting it in 322. Please tell me we're getting it in 322.
So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating.
Oh, he's actually moving. Wow.
Oh, we're going to face plant. We made it.
Nice.
All right, so we made the re-entry much more forgiving. So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces, and it allows us to walk across them.
New helmet.
So we can see that in this video here.
I think.
Yeah, it's new.
Okay, and as it gets to the end, we're gonna jump off. Okay, here we go into that. And this
slick animation,
profile,
yeah, but they've upped the animation a bit.
Couldn't get into before.
This looks a lot more finalized.
We're gonna traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is
so
much more forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not gonna be spinning away.
Right.
Okay, big reveal.
Yeah, because you could never fit through
Love
things.
this station. This is amazing. And
You
we're
always had
also
to,
adding
line
grips,
yourself
so
up to fit
in
the
interiors,
gaps
you might be
weird.
able to
You
hold on to
couldn't see where you
grips
were
to
going.
do interactions and walk between
Nice
the grips
touch.
to get better control. Now, thank you very much.
When?
Yeah, that was way better.
So now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But
what?
Taking
People
these EVA
freaking out on the
posing
ground
solutions
doing
we
their
absorb,
breakdancing?
we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore. Right? We're not going to get pushed around.
Just going through my head.
Of course,
Just
prone
the
isn't
hood.
all about looking around. We want to traverse as well.
It
We're
was
going to head
going
down this vent.
straight through the head.
And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have
I'm okay
control
with
in
it.
narrow, small spaces. Smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners. We're
They'll
gonna
be
go
able
around
to
tight
shrink
bends, and we're
the
going to be able
Mercury
to
Star
reliably go
Runner.
up and down slopes.
Yeah.
And this is where prone led the way. So we then took this and we put it into the EVA. So if I turn off gravity here, which I'm not going to do, but if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And that could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example, like the water world showed it yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So.
Ooh. I assume they're going to show the swimming
from
here.
the horizontal to the
Speaking of.
vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups. That lets you enter the ladder as
That
anywhere.
was a smooth transition. That was really nice.
We're going to let you look around so you can do 360.
Really nice.
We're going to let you lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing.
Wow.
Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out.
Pretty cool.
We've reduced the inertia,
so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more things like this to come.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Oh, really?
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting. So that's going to cost you stamina.
Did he just switch gun hands?
Sliding. That's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my
No,
heart
I
rate
don't
is
think you
just
did.
pumping,
Hang
pumping,
on.
pumping, right?
See
So you
it
got to
one
be a
more
bit
time.
careful. You can't just slide it your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport.
I think you did at the very end there. I think you
so
switched
another
gun
thing that
hands.
was really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked. So if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? And look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away. So I could do back-to-back slides, like we saw in the last video.
Pretty cool.
Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now, you saw this yesterday in the UI demo. I lost my phone. Bone, can you press the button? That's it. Okay, radiation, right. So radiation, for that, it's a new addition to this active status system. And we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right?
Okay.
It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super, super quick.
Do you like cancer? Because that's how you get cancer.
Okay, so we're gonna see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much.
Doing everyone. A good job of the segues here.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Inês and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you. I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have introduced the new interaction prompts, which are AR cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. This, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that.
Inner thoughts.
Really?
So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is
Not
our new interaction
sure
wheel. It will
that's
be focusing
better
on
than
the
just
item.
holding F
and you
and
can see
clicking
that
on
up to
something.
2 of the interactions
Interaction
have a
wheel
star
is
icon. So this is related to another
kind of
system view
clumsy.
are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action. Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
Huh. I'd have to use it.
Okay, so I've shown you some features that improve.
Items in the same category. That could
Thank you.
really mess with stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've shown you features that improve the readability and
that...
easiness of interacting with the objects in the world.
Yeah, I'll have to think
But the other
of
part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world.
Store.
So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action. And pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun.
Nice, pretty quick animation too, that's good.
Yeah, that's
nice. I just kind of like go.
Nice. Nice, yeah, it'll help with the immersion a little bit. Looks good.
Not slow, which is good.
Nice.
And
lighting on that looks great.
Okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers, that designers could build these really interactive experiences, but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve. So in this scenario, the player has to go forward and can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing specific inputs, you will be driving the system.
Now it's even worse.
So this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways.
Not leaving a wet
so this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer using? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else?
No, you're right. You're right. It looked a little bit wet.
Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you. So let's
turn into superhero.
Finally, turn off that valve, rush over before
and slide.
Broken valve. So it's turning off, and then see another small example. Oh, go. So yeah, you'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with this object. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line.
I like that.
And I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands.
Looks pretty far along. That's a good sign.
Thanks.
Yeah,
okay, let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So
I actually didn't think kiosks were that
we made
bad.
small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode
Yeah,
that will walk
that's
the player
fair. That is
perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively choose this.
The hope is this is dropping in
let's take a look at this in
3.2.2,
action.
which I was hoping that would be a traversal and
look at that. When
UI
you trigger it, and like,
patch.
Yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with these kiosks.
Cool shot.
Yeah.
And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen.
Oh, nice.
It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible. So you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting space favors speediness, while the inventory is there, so you can fully manage your loadout.
You can't just drag the undersuit and get everything anymore.
Working on it, and
that was nice.
Especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works.
Whatever. If I have to drag, it's gonna be annoying.
Yeah, they better have double clicking.
Okay, let's go over to
shift click to equip, double click to throw in my bag.
So you see the player loader is on items on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can hover, if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
It'll be so much easier.
So there you go. Yeah, that is.
So you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target.
Nice.
You can
that is
drop anything,
way
store anything,
less
just
clunky.
really quick actions.
Yeah.
And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So
What's
this will
the bottom
grab
drop down?
all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout. And get rid of
they're talking
any
about
magazines.
mag strip and refill there, which is
looking really good.
Let's see it.
Yeah, so it's looking really good, and I can't wait to see the final art. So that's all from me. So thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time.
Some of these people are so nervous on stage.
Right, hello everyone. For those who cannot remember, my name is Jens. And I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weaponware. Right, so
so this is one that I wanted to know about, because how are we fixing our weapons?
So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets.
Oh.
You're going to start off by struggling. You might fail.
Hell yeah.
Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it, and then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right?
That is pretty slick.
We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens.
I'm going to definitely have to become really good at that.
This guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him.
The takedown.
I love stealth.
So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. and it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat. You know, sneak up on him and take him out. Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot.
Maybe.
I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his hands. We're going to cuff his legs.
Bounty hunting. There it is.
Nice.
Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way you should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that
So I'm guessing that one will be in the next 3 to 6 months.
Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump. Now, of course,
will there be a mini game to
charge up that
pick
ping,
the cuffs?
and by doing so, we can see further.
you would hope.
See through obstacles.
Because if you're a player and you're cuffed up, that
more
is
information into our data bank.
definitely impacting your
shows up in
gameplay.
our box arts here. So you get the name, and you maybe get the race, and maybe the faction. And you can use this information to figure out where's the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered. There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time. Means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this
as long as it doesn't drop as fast as our water does.
It's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value. Each item is going to wear at its own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope.
That's kind of cool.
Check this one out. There you go.
That's cool. As long as it takes a while.
So the geometry isn't
the only thing that's going to change as
your weapon wears. So here we go.
Oh no, that was real time. What they just showed. That's
Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growling.
Get an oil change on my pistol.
Okay, on to some consequences. So. It's not all visual, so we're going to stop with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video...
Didn't know the Gemini pistol could go full auto.
I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, Our enemy's firing on us. So you've got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun, you could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Inesh showed to grab a better gun. Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt. And that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So
again, real time.
The dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well. Or not. Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired.
Okay.
I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about that.
Will your ammunition get
Thank
human?
you very much.
It's a fair question, given how much detail they're putting into this.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest.
I think you need to replace your desiccant in your
game
ammunition
designer. I'm here to
case.
share some of the new, interesting FPS things we have to bring
Throw
you.
some silicon.
So, if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed the quality bar has gone
silicate
through the
chips
roof
in
in
there.
recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to, because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So, we made a new tool, and it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety. So, and this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil. So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it.
Yeah, I dig that.
This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers.
What gun is that?
We also have new procedural animation over our
energy
ADS.
gun,
So previously, if you play right now, we basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition.
I forget what they are.
Sure, it's there,
Lightning?
but now
Something
we
like
layer
that?
some of this procedural stuff on top. So, for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker. It can flick up. You feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before, it basically just do move from pose to pose. But now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall, it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like ease in and ease outs, and just give more life to the overall weapon. Oh, there we go. And we also have new iron sights. So, sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more. So optics aren't a crutch anymore. Nice. So you can see this on the Ravager. Yeah. And you can see this on the Custodian.
Yep.
That's
pretty cool.
I hate those circle sights like that anyway, so good.
Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recall tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. It's going to look and feel great.
LH86 is
while
now
we were looking at our
fully
weapons,
automatic.
we also realized that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall is rule of cool. That's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets.
More recoil makes it more difficult for first-person gameplay.
Cool. Thank you very much. Right.
Yeah, you're going to have to get real close.
Our new
There's Volt.
weapons.
That's what it is.
So,
it's cool.
It's the other video.
Yeah, the new sights
the
are
optic one.
looking real good.
There you go. Thank you. These are the Volt weapons. So Volt is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon.
They don't show compressed container
These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you'll be unable to fire.
That's so cool.
And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So,
sneaking on stage.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So, if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know the optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life.
Oh, that is.
And they look gorgeous. And so in general,
amazing.
all our sights and scopes
really
have been
good.
overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pin cushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off.
Huh.
Right. Thank you.
Attention to detail. That's kind of what they do there.
And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
Okay. Seems quiet, or am I imagining that? That sounds pretty good. Sounds like an old crank car starting up. Okay, yeah, that does sound.
I think they're not giving us audio stream.
Yeah, I think part of it is the Twitch latency is
fantastic.
Yeah.
I think all of California heard us there.
Yesterday, the gun sounded really great and beefy. That
so,
audio was different.
Backpack reloading.
Yeah, I think
real
that was
life
more
combat
an
scenarios,
audio issue.
you often grab magazines from the surplus areas.
In the
we want
game.
to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely dig that.
You'll also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching off. You have all the information you need.
Nice.
Cool.
And this has been shown, and it's been teased a little bit,
that
the
has gotten
dynamic
me
crosshair.
killed in
Now, no more
bunkers
third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat
I was about to
lenses.
say, if that's...
So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall, it just looks gorgeous.
Yeah, that's okay. If it's connected to the visor, that's okay.
Cool. Cheers. And on to more data things. We're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. Good. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in for Squadron 42, is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you
just request
soon.
Okay.
Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
How soon is soon, my guy?
We're in CIG soon.
Hi, everybody.
6 months?
So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience.
Yeah, I mean, this is all stuff that's going to drop in the Squadron 42, so it's got to be
are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence their behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer compared, or much, or you know,
and they'll
just a
actually
bit
have
longer
ammo limits
compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker.
There it is.
So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment.
That was something they showed last year with the AI having to go and find
So traits are building
ammo
blocks
crates
we can
in
use
order
to define how
refill
character,
their
faction,
ammo
and
stores.
encounter should feel.
Good,
And designer
because
can now create a
other
wide
games,
variety
it's
of
infinite
encounters for
ammo.
you guys.
Yep, it's
to enjoy
always
the game.
annoyed me about games like that.
So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending an environment.
Sizable bunker.
So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload.
And going through the rounds awfully fast. And not
Some will
hitting
cover
them.
up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a
Rambo
T-Call
mode.
box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training
NPCs
level that they
go
can build
on.
up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can
Didn't
pick the
think
one
we'd be
that either
getting
match
this
your
in the
playstyle
CitCon.
or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody
I'm
is
gonna
able
hop
to
out
use
of
it
here.
well
I will
or
still
wants
be
to
in
use
chat.
it in a specific encounter.
All right, man.
So
Have a
we
good
want
day.
to tweak
Maybe
this.
catch you later.
And we have the medic trait.
See ya.
Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the hyperception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So it needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check
Bodyguard
check
with
the
high
boat,
medic
see the
skills.
state, and
Right.
if he can be
That's
helped, he can
kinda one of the
basically
things I was
execute the
planning
right
on
healing process.
having
If he
was
needs
two
a med pen, he will
NPCs
use the
that
med
were
pen. If he needs to
bodyguards.
shake him to wake him
Just
up,
go
he will
with me
shake him up.
everywhere.
And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will
One with
unrestrain him.
medical skills would be
Your
nice.
crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate.
That's gonna
And
make.
obviously,
And he had
he
to go
needs to
find the
pick
gun.
up a new weapon because he just dropped it.
And he picked up a different gun. His gun was the one to the
So
right.
as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we
Yeah,
have to
here's the
do
ammo
right now
management.
is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos NPC carrying their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that.
So they're not
So
going to
NPC
cheat.
must properly use
That
those
is-
items to fight.
that is
And
cool.
the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment.
Also means when you
How
loot
do
it,
they
it
do
won't get
that?
any
It's through
ammo
the
or
NPC,
less.
the usable
Possibly
system,
so.
as you've
Yeah,
seen
killed
with
fast.
Inish as well, Inish presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. An NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to
Kind of funny that he
back
is just
magazines.
straight up ignoring the attacker to go to the box. Like
And
most,
another NPC arrives.
like a person, if they ran out
and
of
you will loot
ammo
the
in
dead
that
body.
situation, would
This
run
is
and hide.
the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool.
So this is interesting. So this is
NPC
very
can now
similar
fully
to the
react
demo that
and
they
use
had
grenades
last
in
year
the
that was in
environment.
white box, but
So
now it's
grenades
actually
are a great
in
tool,
engine.
especially
So
when
that's-
an NPC needs to counter
it's
a
good to
player that
see.
is camping or a player that is hiding or saying a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenade force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. And the navigation volume modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment.
That was pretty good looking.
So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening. And now back to Jens.
Pretty cool.
Right, I want to thank Ines, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features.
You can't say that,
Enjoy.
not say when.
He just did.
It is coming. Oh, did he say 322 or did I miss it?
He said it, and sorry, he said it's coming soon and didn't say when.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's sort of what I was getting at. That, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, Soon is fine, but you better define it. Yeah, it's pretty quick. I like that. Getting flanked. Probably because I have a light in my eyes, but it's kind of hard to tell where they are. It's a very dark thing. There we go.
Getting rushed. That guy's still alive right there.
He's not bleeding.
Same sound effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely turned off bleeding. Inject himself with the goose. I have a feeling like the stream's audio is lessening this.
Right. Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started. Boop.
New flight model. I'm gonna get water.
Hello, everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me? Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo. And the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There is a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right.
I think he's the racing guy.
And he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes. So, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through
the one that gave the furry too. Instead of the other guy.
Is this working? Yeah. Okay.
They got flag for giving the best ship to their best flyer.
Yeah, that was doing the camera work. Makes sense though.
About the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but
this is kind of what I'm waiting for to come in before I bring my dad into the game.
So to achieve this, we've created, when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the button, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup
would also allow you to make
taller
this,
among
and
other
shorter
things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But you know, enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship while you'll see the new enter sequence.
And the
and
ruin
you'll see the new
station
animations we have been working on.
has pads. Nice. So pad ramming will be a thing in Pyro.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put on this relax pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems. Oh, look at that.
Aegis combat assist.
And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm Senior UI Programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views, so you can focus during combat.
Ship is out there?
This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later.
For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators.
Nice.
This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later.
What ship is way out
On the
there?
MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
That's nice.
And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know.
Yeah, building blocks will make that kind
I think
of
you're not going to
customization
need
pretty easy.
even thus many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship.
Nice.
We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So that's a warning. Nice. Expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships. Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
Nice.
For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet.
Yeah, I was about
so it's
to
connected
say.
to your ship, and I can get all this information.
Yeah, so if you got a medic
You can use the
helmet
key
or a
bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which
sort
cast
of
you want to
ground
control
pounder
and how to
helmet, you're
cycle
not
through
going to
them.
get the flight
So you
information.
can
same
pin
the other
views
way.
that are important to you with your,
Makes
that will
sense.
move with your camera.
Yeah.
So as you have seen,
Yeah,
if you're aiming at the
good-
target or
good
if
design.
you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you. With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Yogi back up there.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction?
Whoa.
This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So if he now boost forwards, we now added camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduced the extensions that that look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit, so it mixes better with G-force reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where you now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want. Oh. Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs.
Yeah, road station's looking nice.
Engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse.
He's flying. No, you can't do that.
Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here,
where's the
you can see the speed gauge, the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards.
Got it.
That is really important for space combat maneuvering because, or for dogfighting in general.
So if you're going this way, you're restricted more
back strafing. It actively punishes back strafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute.
Oh, okay. I thought they were saying if you were in navigation mode, you couldn't.
That is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point we want to go to quantum travel to.
What's the
Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized, physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you are actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reach your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off.
But he's not controlling it, so he's gonna pop out. Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, like that better than the demo last year.
Hopefully you can do it with one stick.
Yeah, well, I mean, I
coffee break or something, you know.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent, show us how it's done properly.
That is really pretty. I always liked quantum travel, but this feels better.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's locked. You can now go hands off. Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry.
Whee!
Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Throwback to the 3.0 days. Nice. And that'll make it a lot harder to pirate because you'll be able to just quantum boost for 30 seconds in a direction and then aim at where you want to go.
Please boost to reinforcements needed.
Yep.
So if there's nav point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that nav point to go to. Welcome to Pyro 3.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a big time saver.
As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. Yeah. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI.
I'm liking that UI.
This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. But please welcome Diego Marti Mason.
Blending into the planet.
Yeah.
Look at him shooting off with flares.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes?
Nah.
Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marti Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the flight combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
Fair.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the hammerhead is being attacked by hornets. These hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks while outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spider-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the chaser is going to be the cutlass, which is following one of the hornets and is allied with the hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few: critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combination with AI traits
Maybe
that will
those
give designers
sparks
the
are
tools
the rounds hitting
to
the armor.
tailor
I
each
thought
combat
they
encounter
were.
in
Yeah,
reverse.
they are. Okay.
Like, for example, they can choose the
I
A
was
traits
thinking
that
those
will allow AI
flares.
pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ships,
Still in nav mode.
like gunships and capitals. In
Oh,
the
you're
near
right.
future, we want to deliver an experience.
Yeah, I think he's
We're
just
going against a
watching
capital
right
ship like an
now as
Idris.
opposed
It's
to
a tough
engaging.
fight.
Yeah, that
But
makes
if you
sense.
bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take
Yeah,
down
it's
capital
probably
ships,
programmed
you
to
will get
ignore 'em or
demolished
something.
by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Looks pretty good. I'll have to try it before I have like a formed opinion. I'm not much
Thank
of
you,
a dog
Diego.
player these days.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems in squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were
yes.
They were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and burner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gats cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this?
Space is big.
Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... this is... What the... Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry.
There you go, got it back. I love you, Yogi.
Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, the way how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit. And we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now.
Yeah, no problem.
Bam!
Whoa. Quick. Of course, he's got God mode on, does make it a little bit easier.
Okay, so that was this one. Okay,
the
thing you might have seen
SCM
is
mode.
that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system.
Hey.
Nice.
The reason for that is the original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit.
Nice.
No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us.
It'd be nice if you could select
the weak points on the
turn
hammerhead
one
are the
pip
turrets.
off, maybe if
The
you
way
had
we're
two
gonna do
different
this in the
pips.
future is with precision targeting mode.
Or, well,
Brent?
I mean, I'm assuming you could probably just
Enable precision targeting mode?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you have a way to differentiate which pip is which weapon. So you could say, I really want to hit with this one on the left rather than
What
the
this
one on
does,
the right, so I'll aim for that.
it does 3 things. You get
Yeah, I just was thinking about this the other day, actually, and I thought
you get
about that. But then I guess if you just paid attention to which pip was shooting,
and you get the
then
painting
you would know
mechanic.
which gun group was
Anywhere
shooting.
where you put your
And then
crosshair on
focus on that pip.
ship,
Yeah,
it
true.
will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets,
But that thought didn't occur to me until just now.
Oh, that's nice. They're actually able to target the individual components now.
Bam! One turret
There
down.
it goes.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so this
those
hammerhead
are
now
dropping
understood that it's not
fast for a
good.
hammerhead. That's
It doesn't
scary.
stand a chance right now. But this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before.
Oh, it's fine.
And we're going to look at Pyro 3 later. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom.
Ooh, not sure I'd want to go nav mode
it's a
towards
very
the
big planet with a nice atmosphere.
Seems sketchy. It's 100K off, it's not too bad.
Something wrong with the throttle? Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs.
That's alright, you're only 80 off at this point.
Okay. Gonna go there now? Okay. Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like the vacuum of space. We're talking spaceships.
Oh, right, of course, atmospheric.
And we have thruster efficiency curves on the thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail?
Oh, the aerons. Yeah, nice. Or stabilizer, nice.
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. Nice. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
Once again,
okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called thruster disconnect.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases.
You'll be able to glide.
Or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? Ooh. And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, glide. He gets authority back over these control surfaces.
My theory is you could do that with a prowler. Just glide in with everything
That means for
off.
you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem, how do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now, and then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over.
Nice.
And you go forward again.
Very good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, that is what I was hoping for, because hover mode sucked.
Okay, so now Brent, now show us how to come to hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna do the low flying over the water. Danger zone.
Okay, so there's our landing point. Can become a little bit slower. I don't know, 100 meters per second.
Nah.
So we're trying to land somewhere here.
Go put down on the water?
Whoa, look at this.
Rooster tail.
Yeah, that water's great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a, so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
Oh, that sucks. We need to know what sticks they're using. Definitely not Verpals.
And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by
the
the landing gear. So he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower. But you can of course like turn this off as a player.
Oh, over on the right hand side.
And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off.
Oh, and it gave you the
and the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something.
They didn't show off the swim animation. That was one that I was waiting for.
Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking
it shows
time
it's
with
live.
us.
Pretty cool.
And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
So when?
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45, so get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, give yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45,
yeah, the
everybody.
close
Take
on
care.
this is going to be pretty significant. All right, so that was a pretty cool lead-in. I was whelmed. That was pretty good. So yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch. I'm gonna keep this running in the background just for now, just in case they say something and I miss it. Otherwise, see you guys in about an hour. All right, hope everybody had a good break. Let's get my camera back on. Howdy. So, for lunch, I ate a whole bag of dicks. So, all the people that were probably telling me to do that as they watched my Scam Citizen vid, rejoice. All right, so, doesn't look like they had any break-ins while I was gone, as in Jared kind of popping in to say things. If you missed the first half of today, basically he was saying, you do not want to miss Living on the Edge, which sometimes Jared hypes things because he's excited about them. Sometimes he hypes them because they're groundbreaking and mind-blowing for the entire game. I think this might be the lateral, ladder? Yes, ladder. Jared's a lot like me in the sense that he kind of comes from like a D&D GM background where I was always the GM, so I love writing the stories and creating the worlds. So narrative has always been a huge interest of mine, and I think this is going to be narrative. So I think this is actually Jared nerding out on one of his babies, which is narrative. This might be more, we'll see, but that's what I'm suspecting, is this will be the narrative team because we always get a narrative team one. And then Destination Adventure will kind of be the whole hype train, I am guessing, and the closing ceremony. So we'll see. But Jared was saying these last 2 hours, don't want to miss it, blow your socks off. Here we go, in like 20 minutes. So we got a couple people in chat. We got Scarlet out there. I think everybody's still at lunch, which is fine. I just wanted to make sure that YouTube didn't switch off my live stream. Certainly looks like they did not. right, I'm expecting Jared to probably break in about probably 5 or 6 minutes, just kind of do his mic check, and they'll probably walk around the venue like they did yesterday, but they might not. They might just roll this thing right up to 3 p.m. local and get rolling. So let's see. So handlebar mustaches, yeah. So those of you who really like Hulk Hogan, they've got handlebar mustaches. They did have a receding hairline, but they didn't quite go like full mullet Picard look. So we'll see. We'll see. Some cool stuff in that first one. I'll kind of give my impressions while we're waiting here. So we had character advancement, which just kind of showed the new character creator, new kind of animations, and sort of tech art, the traversals. All pretty cool. The new character creator is looking awesome. Hopefully we are going to get it coming to the PU pretty soon, but it was the Squadron 42. He kept saying this is in the live environment right now, and I think what he meant was it was ready to go to live, it just hadn't been done. And I think at one point he even said now the tech character artists have to go in and make it so that when you put on a hat the hair disappears, and you know the face is sort of its own thing. So now they basically need to pull it apart and put it back together. So it might be a little while before we see it. Maybe mid-year. I would hope we see it soon. Life in first person. So this one was the diversified combat AI behavior was cool. So one of the things they're doing is last year it was much more of white box demos and graphs. So you would kind of see like a bare minimum level that was basically just a cube with a couple little box objects in it that you'd see the character run behind and then the NPCs would react. Now they're actually doing it in the game environment, which is impressive. And that's been for all of the demos they've shown so far. Is last year it was kind of not theoretical, but kind of what they wanted it to look like. This year they're showing us this is what it looks like. So life in first person was very much reaching out, hitting buttons, switching things, that kind of stuff. Also talked a little bit about how AI would react to you a little bit if you didn't go with the, let's see if I can get this up here, if you didn't worry about hygiene, which goes along with the roadmap. Nope, progress tracker is what I want. Yeah, man. Deliverables, actor status tier 2, which you can see wrapped right back here. This is basically what that chat was about. So a variety of new elements such as hygiene, NPC status tracking, multiple bytes, they didn't talk about that. DNA integrity, they surprisingly didn't talk about that. Medical insurance, cybernetic limbs, and cloning. All things that I thought they would actually be mentioning in this one, they left out. But what they had in there was pretty cool. So no real duds. Taking flight, we've been hearing and watching about the new flight experience for a while now, so nothing surprising in there, but it was cool to actually see it again implemented in the game engine rather than just hearing about it being theoretical. So that's something to look forward to. So now we got Living on the Edge, Destination Adventure, and then the closing ceremony. So delve into the living conditions and environments of outlaws and sellers trying to carve out an existence beyond the safety of UEE, megacorporations, and other confines of the 30th century society. So that sounds like sort of granular level lore building for Pyro. Maybe Nyx. We'll see. And Destination Adventure, this just sounds like the closing animation. From high up in orbit down to the surface of our planets, and deep into the underground, we delve into new interactions, missions, and gameplay, and more, coming to the Star Citizen universe on all levels. Yeah, I don't know. Could be cool. We're gonna be here for it. And we are at, I am guessing, 2 minutes to Jared time. I'm assuming most people are off at lunch right now. We got Knight in voice chat, but I don't think he is actually on right now. He's going in and out. I got my dog here. I bribed him with fries, so he should be quiet for hopefully another 2 hours. We'll see. He is a Doberman. He does have a mind of his own. Let's see, so we got that. All right, gang. When they start talking, I'll bring you back.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Hopefully you had a good meal. I missed you guys so much, except for you. You know who you are, and you know what you did, and I will never forgive you. But for everyone else, I hope you had a good lunch, and welcome back. We're back on the CitCon show floor here to do our last little bit of the community booths. It has been a phenomenal 2 days, and we cannot thank enough everyone who has been here to give us the love and support as you guys have been watching the show. Whether you guys have been here on the community booth floor, whether you guys have been in the theater, it's been nothing but amazing smiles on faces, and that's what we love to see here at CIG. And so we're gonna go over to a place that makes everybody smile, Soul Citizen. Now this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know, gamers, maybe not the most polite people sometimes. So we want to have an org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement, and no one does it better than Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. Cool. We got my man Griff here. Griff, how is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your experience having Soul Citizen be this huge org that is a safe space for gamers of all colors, genders, sexualities, orientations? What's been your guys' experience being that safe space for them?
Well, first off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org. But what we are is a group of gamers who back and support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ, straight, age. I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our group, male, female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. And so you guys are going for like the elder statesman. So that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we have signed this for everyone, for all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one, we will give you one of these signed posters specifically from Star Jump Station because we love them. They're a great group and they've contributed so much to the community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna move on now to Quantum. These guys are all about the medical gameplay loop. These guys are, oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or ABES for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
The APES bot. I love that. Where you can go ape for the APES bot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing set piece that has wowed everyone at CIG, I mean it. Let's take a look at this amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that. Make sure we get a great shot of how detailed that Bengal carrier is. It is sleek, it is sexy. God, I just want it for myself. So, man, that is just so cool. So with me are some Imperium guys. What's up, guys? So, you know, let's say a young, charismatic host named Schman, for example, wanted to steal that Bengal carrier. Where exactly is it going?
Well, if you live in LA, it's actually going to be staying right in here. It's going to be down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check it out after CitCon, it's going to be there in perpetuity.
Yes, suck it, Austin. LA wins, finally. So what has your guys' CitCon experience been so far? How have you guys been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very well is the answer. So it's been fantastic, man, having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present, so it's been a fantastic showing from our organization. It's been a labor of love putting this together, being present, answering questions. It's been great to see everybody coming around, showing support. It's been fantastic, so thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days, and to see it finished finally, for those of you at home, there are no easy words to say how cool this thing's look. The level of detail here is immaculate. So thank you guys at Imperium. I know that everyone at the LA office is going to appreciate this so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Jared momentarily. Thank you guys again so much for checking out the community booth. We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Flight deck.
Alt what? Function F4. There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and, come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here and see? I am, of course, an expert Star Citizen player. Come on over here. You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door? Also, you're not Daniel, are you? You're Adam. All right, so we are here. What station is this, Adam? No, remember. No, put the mic in.
Oh, this is Checkmate.
This is Checkmate. This is Checkmate Station. So this is where the demo starts. And what do we do when we're here at the demo?
This is where your habs are. So yeah, you can't go back in.
Nail
You want to go straight.
scratches on the door. That's
You want to follow the exit signs.
awesome and
so left.
horrible.
And those are your elevators.
Are these ones going to kill me?
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
No guarantees on that.
Point.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm gonna say no guarantees that the elevators on Pyro won't kill you.
They maybe.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
Okay, if one of the elevator shafts or one of the elevators up Pyro just opened, it's just an empty elevator.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
Down.
There you go.
Be okay with that.
So no, show the screen. Show them
Makes
Pyro.
sense in
Let them see
Pyro.
People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to make a left?
This way?
No, you went too far.
That is right, my dude.
You gotta follow the exit signs.
I don't see anything.
There you go.
All this environmental storytelling.
Yeah, this is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
And another elevator. All right. So what does this say here? Do you know?
Dogs.
I know that's rough and ready for the top part.
All right, yeah. So Rough and Ready are the gang that runs the Checkmate Station. All right. Well, everybody, I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge.
You're a gamer too.
So take it away, everybody, and I don't know, watch it. It's good.
There we go. Living on the edge. Then you have Steven Tyler do the intro for this.
Hi, everyone. My name is Colin Chuckett. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve.
Actually, not the narrative team.
To break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played,
And we test this out with a lot of iteration and yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, and everybody had their pass on this.
Fresh
and level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created
feel better about my lunch
are being
choices.
retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context. And here in this draw-over, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns in blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we established, so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points.
Yeah,
so to help you orient yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah. Versus more open spaces, when you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Anna will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms, to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we are planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also, this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system.
For climbing too.
And security systems
Maybe not
in turn
Assassin's
will be
Creed, but
dependent on security
would be
tokens
nice.
that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo.
Is that a Banu mannequin?
So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, he is. Real uncomfortable.
Hi, everybody.
Speaking. Is old there.
So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about?
Looks like a full-on village.
I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at CitCon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today.
Yeah, there we go.
So, in order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth.
What is
and what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. And I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes, and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
This is honestly kind of what I'm waiting for right here, is the sort of townships where you can interact with the NPCs that live there, as opposed to going to an outpost and either shooting or defending it. Like, this is what will ground the game in reality. So, put it another way, this is content. So this is a variety of game content. Yeah, Ghost in Carney chat just said those towns look amazing. Yeah, agreed.
Thank you. So, what flavors of Outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement.
And also got the resource management.
So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So
farming
with archetypes
is
as a
a game
primary
that they have
category,
mentioned for
in
this
addition,
game
we mix in a
distant
secondary
past.
category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
Really digging that feel. This is kind of what I was hoping Starfield would be like. Of course, we don't have this in game yet, and we don't know what the interactions will be, but yeah, this is kind of what I was hoping Starfield would be. What kind of gun was that? Implants. Oh, did you see that? That was multiple bites. There it is.
Cool. Thank you. So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration, that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the Outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
I mean, hopefully you can land at the Outlaw outpost and trade with them just like anywhere else. That would be the dream if you've got a rep with them. Ooh. Ghost says Pyro's gonna feel entirely like a new game. Yeah, I tend to agree. Some of the new outfits there are very cool looking. Using the coda, my pistol of choice. Ooh, man, that is. Okay, but again, hoping it's like the Wild West, which wasn't just walking into different townships and shooting people. So I'm hoping some of these places are actually, if you've got the rep for it, you can trade there. Although it would be cool to take an org and clear a town like that.
So the Outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost.
Nice.
So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions.
Perfect.
But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent themed locations. And that's where you'd get your combat experiences.
Yeah,
so while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well.
Yeah, you're going to
further
need
expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see.
Cleaner systems for places like Goss and Terra.
We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a smaller ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Yes.
Bonjour tout le monde. Yoo! We are French Canadian on the here. Cool.
Say tonk.
All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's cut to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
All right, let's see where they've gone last year. Pretty cool. Again, I want to be able to trade and interact with the NPCs there, and that's something that we got to have server meshing for. Is that a new Morozkov? That looked like a different color. It looked like it wasn't the Redshift one, and it wasn't the other red one. No, it's just the standard red one. Okay. Not Code Red. I forget what they call it. Redshift. Yeah, it is Redshift. One of my favorites. Although it's an improper color for a trader in the carnival. Thankfully, I know the guy who runs the org. It's pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Ruined 600i there. Bar! Yay! Air actions. There's the gutted starfarers, but that's next step for the waters. They gotta have it interact when it hits geometry like that. Not that they would. That's kind of a ridiculous level of detail. I'm sure they're eyeballing it though. I asked too much. That was pretty cool. That is pretty cool. A lot of variety too. Yeah, that is neat. It's a space game, so it's all about the locations, including your ship as a location too. So I'm glad to see derelict stations that aren't just a defensive outpost on top of a hill, but this is clearly... Whoa, that was a sudden ending.
Pretty cool, guys, eh?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. So now water world.
Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
All right, that's fine. As long as they have the option. So that doesn't look too much different from like Ghost Hollow. I mean, clearly it's a settlement, but similar kind of feel. This will be a social one. All right. I would hope that's a combat location. That one NPC just kind of going, yeah, just going, oh my god! A little graphical touch there with the explosion. Get out of the way! Nice. Oh. Ooh.
I like the end. The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
Do you say that would be available this year? Did I catch that right?
So thank you very much. I will let now
all
Adam
right. Well, that was unexpected.
show you more good stuff. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. All right. So, welcome to Rust Up Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations.
Damn.
Including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xenothreat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
So that actually isn't Ruin Station, that's Checkmate. Okay. That looks like Rough and Ready just from the painting style. Oh yeah, there's an RR. Oh, color schemes. Man, that's a cool looking station they've got. Really good at building those things. Hopefully the interiors match the exteriors a little bit more. That's one of my few complaints with stations in the game right now. That the interiors are kind of disconnected from the outside. You get one window and that's it.
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
You see how the screen is shaking on the thing? That's intentional, I'm sure. That is very cool. Factions, yes, that is... Yeah, reputation is going to matter a lot more in Pyro. That's pretty neat. Yeah, if you're in good with Rough and Ready, you're probably going to be on the outs of Xenothreat, and you're not going to be able to land at any Xenothreat station. Same the other way around. Oh, and you'll notice he's using his tractor beam on the station, which means that they're combat live, I am guessing. Good level design. So you'll be able to sneak your way in. I wonder if they'll just assume you're part of the group if you're in that section, or if you'll have the usual video game trope of if you're a person in there and you're not authorized, they automatically know that. Whereas typically once you're past the security checkpoint. Oh, cool. Good, that was a neat little interaction there too. Nice.
Khan touched on reputation earlier. Let's see how that is applied to the stations.
Okay,
so how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you've got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you're going to have to find an alternate pathing. Or you're going to have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes, as opposed to the more official primary paths. Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station.
Alternate ways.
They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities.
Like
you can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
New and gross interactables. You can eat it? No, why? No, what are you doing gross? A sea nut. Oh, why? I do kind of want one.
So the market is a social hub and a good example of mixing social and gameplay space, as mentioned by Khan earlier.
Noodles.
Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas.
Like sea nuts.
We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
Listen to the sound design. Oh, maybe that's just music. It's pretty badass.
So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or
Almost
traversal.
looks like a 40K.
These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, pretty cool. You got that concludes it.
Hey, everybody. We are almost to the end of CitizenCon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Star cloth? Star hair? Star citizen? All right, we've still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus.
Nice.
Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good.
Nice. Poor Burks.
Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down.
Fair.
Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
Nice.
You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. All right. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've
put
just
on a
run
real
Fight or
good
Flight, the first
race
live
show,
tournament experience here at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors.
Grabbing more water before Curse's bit starts, so.
What are you doing?
You want,
Yeah.
is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say Thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend. And he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
Nice.
Keep walking.
He did do pretty good.
Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about.
Underwater?
And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage,
I don't know
and
what
close
else
out the
you
event
got.
proper. So this is a sign off for me. Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible. And you're gonna love what you're about to see, everybody.
Hello and welcome to Destination
Todd Pappy,
Adventure.
I recognize.
My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in gray box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers,
so there's a ways
what
out.
are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars.
Don't look at the guns
making
on the
them
Corsair.
accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships. So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. Depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's favorite, eliminate all.
Wow. Be like
Grey Cat
eliminating
Industrial
an
would be
office
an
building.
example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. Our missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage.
So it's basically all the cyberpunk
yes,
missions, which is good. That's a good mix of missions.
Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location.
Plus that.
But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
It's a new skin for the Corsair, too. I don't think we've seen the blue one before. Wow, that is neat. It almost has a Hurston vibe to it. Damn, that Ursa driver is putting the pedal down. Didn't put his VTOLs down? Nope.
Thank you.
Nice.
So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
So this is going to be inside the new underground. New underground.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio. And we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers.
He would like you to join his frat.
So John just showed how massive these locations
awesome.
are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level. And I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out
on alpha
depending
channels and
on the
overlays.
owners.
There you go.
And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles
Steve.
and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
Let's. Scarlett's saying, cool, but didn't feel like a don't miss talk. Yeah, I kind of agree. This does indicate, what is up with that walk cycle? This does indicate a huge diversity of content and game loops that they could integrate into this, so I understand why they're so hyped about it, that they can plop these module underground bases pretty much anywhere, and with it is going to come all of the game loops that they just talked about. So kind of a game loop in a box that you can just drop places and change the total theme of, depending on who runs them. I'm sure they're eventually going to have criminal ones, so it's pretty cool. What I want to know is when we're getting it. Like they showed this last year. The theme has been, wow. The theme has been that they showed us the white box last year and kind of the gray box and available this year. So hopefully gray box in progress. So
thank you very much.
6 months off,
and now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
They did say they'd want to drop that with 4.0, but I'd still say if that's in gray box, just give them the complexity 3 to 6 months.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids.
Pretty good for gray boxes, what Ghost is saying. Yeah, I agree.
So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example,
I could see a raid being an all-day org event.
We'll have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo.
Because that thing is huge.
Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Hot landing. Yeah, that looks pretty far along. Also note the cart. Floating cart. Not bad. Yeah, that's a pretty cool game, Luke. Not sure how often the carnival would be engaging in that, but that's
so. As you saw in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you.
Could also see raids being very stealthy.
Something else we've been
too.
prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody.
I can see why they're
with multiple
excited
add-ons
about
for the tool available. You may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the track to be an attachment.
But this still doesn't sound like the kind of thing that Jared would have gotten
but it's up to you to decide
fired by CR. I know he's kidding, but talking about. So there's got to be something else coming, a big announcement coming. But this is pretty neat. This is endless content. Huh. Kind of like a portal puzzle there. Contrived but cool. There's give credit for that. That's kind of cool. Ow. Yeah. Yeah, I dig it.
So, yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, you know, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Okay, gang, this should be it. Freight expectations, is that what that said? Oh no, this isn't CR. Okay, so they're still going with this.
Hello?
Oh yeah, that's right, this one was like...
This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously, cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild.
Lane Kovalex and Redwind are in right now.
This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations.
Perishable cargo.
Such as different forms of hazardous cargo.
Surprised they don't have
perishable
live cargo.
Riskier routes, and more.
Probably fall under perishable.
So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, As you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool?
Water.
Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish?
Yeah, that's kind of neat.
For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies.
This is one of the stretch goals, I believe.
For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
Good. Good.
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this.
Yep, let's see it.
I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Let's see how close I was in my guesses on my sprint watches. Pretty bang on. Jinga! Yep, and you'll probably be able to hire NPCs to do this for you, and they'll just do it in a day. A couple days. Probably need the industrial-sized one for those size boxes, I'm guessing. Ooh, cargo trolleys. Nice, 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 nice.
No.
I can do inventory. Yep. Yep. They just worked on those little usable boxes a few weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're already working on some aspect of them, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That is kind of what I was picturing in my head, so good to see it in reality.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself.
322. Still looks kind of gray boxy.
Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want.
That is pretty nice.
This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items.
I called it,
won't
but
be using
seeing
the
it in
personal
action
inventory system.
is impressive.
The change is obviously a really big quality of life
train the
improvement
kids
to
help me
retrieving
load
ground
and unload.
vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the
had
verse
his girls
to get your vehicle. You'll get them straight from your hangar.
First getting started, now the oldest one can actually fly ships.
You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around
As long as I have a
items
place
and
for
like
my
that.
beard moss.
So in short, persistent player hangars
Can you refuel
in
it?
combination with freight elevators will dramatically
Good
change
question. I would
what you
assume
can do in your hangar.
so.
It will be a home to do as you want.
Just like the
which has
standard
always been the
current
dream.
refueling services.
That concludes
sure.
my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Refueling might be like a standard hangar
And I will pass
module
you
as
over
opposed
to
the
Todd
elevator,
Pappy.
I would think. But yeah, I don't know.
CitCon.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot Todd was in this.
Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go.
It's gonna start getting good.
So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
This is one of the unannounced things that I've been eyeballing on the delivery view for a while. So I'm just going to end the stream right here. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm out of here. I gotta go, guys. See ya.
Yeah, I've got Buffy the Vampire Slayer to watch or something.
The rest of this is boring. Just stop watching.
Big reveal. I don't need any big reveals. I wanted to see mud physics.
Starting at 4:15. Gotcha.
Land claim.
Land claim.
Ooh, baseball thing. Oh my god. Not what I was expecting to hear about, but pretty damn big deal. I was thinking this would be like 3 to 5 years off in the grand scheme of things.
It could still be. Don't say that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean with resource...
Coming soon. Coming soon.
True. True. But I don't think they'd be hyping it this much.
Oh, come on.
Okay, that's true. That's... You and your damn realism night. Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Oh, so sweet. Oh, biomes?
No, that's for sending up sky beams. You can't have superhero entrances or grand exits without sky beams. Okay, yes, it's a farm.
Botanics, hydroponics. Yeah.
Yeah. They're even numbered correctly. What the hell? They now have an arboreal stalker.
Where's the pioneer in all this?
Yeah, eventually. Apparently they're going to give us base building before they give us the pioneer. I don't know. Or they're just going to show us how it works.
That's a pretty nice.
Yeah,
that's future stuff there. Those are not rectangles. That's very Sonic vibey looking.
Yeah, yeah, very.
No more rectangular outposts, containers.
All right. So base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections: planning ahead and prepping.
So that was cool.
And then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build.
Here we go. The
so
details.
With that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view
Our
and
state
relax?
is on Goss,
Is it to
by the
have
way,
a trading
guys.
post where you want to create and sell items?
Sure thing.
Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area?
Okay, I would
or is
like
it
you
be
to
off
look
grid and be
right
completely self-sufficient?
here at that
So
Spartan.
with
Did
that,
you notice what it was doing?
With your prep
It
and
was
everything like
hauling
that,
a
we've got
trailer.
blueprints. So the recipes, everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them.
That's a gun part that they're blueprinting?
Simple materials
Looks like.
or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang,
or at least build it on a resource net.
Yeah, but
again, you
low,
don't have access to all the best
but low
resources
reward
on the planet.
for the high
base
security.
is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it.
And this is in the game right now.
So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually
game ready.
cater to
The
everybody's
assets are
play
game
style,
ready.
whether you're solo or in an org.
Oh, that's such a tease.
With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings.
The most tells.
With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy,
there was
you can build small
trailer.
to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer.
Yeah, the Atlas platform with the trailer. Yeah.
Pioneer can do it all.
There we go.
And it still works as a mobile base.
There you go.
And we'll talk about some of the more
by the way.
expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's
Later
also,
on.
we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. So
Can
from here,
poop out bases
you set
in
off on your
space.
journey.
That was another thing that I was thinking.
So with the land claim, You put your tool down where you
Asteroid
want.
bases
You launch
was-
the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode.
Oh.
With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own the land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface.
Orgs,
and then
multiplayer.
You can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all come together.
Yeah,
You'll see the resources that are needed for it.
I assume so.
And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge.
Of lawlessness, just like tucked away in crevices of mountains.
So when you
I was
basically
thinking
build
of
these
having
buildings,
the estate be
they don't come with
partially
any
on the
furnishing.
coast of
And
Goss, but
if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a
probably
fabricator.
have our secret store
So
base
depending
in
on
a lawless zone somewhere.
what you want to build,
One of
there's
these
different
bad
sizes
systems.
of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
A lot of this is just concept art. It doesn't look in game at all.
Yeah, work in progress.
Pure
image.
concept.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated
Jared said
is
that none of these
produced
videos
from
are made by
produces
marketing.
a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will
no, I
depend
believe
on the
so.
quality of
Yeah,
the
it'd just be
materials
the
actually.
concept art, seems.
His intro,
Once
it's
you've
true.
done
Concept
that,
art
and
is
you built
different
your
than marketing.
decorations.
Right.
Now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings
is
can be purchased
environmental
at different
concept
locations,
arts.
or they can actually be fabricated.
Nice.
You can do that via
Man, I
first
want that
person
room in real
or in
life.
dedicated mode in
Yeah,
the
I
surveyor's
know. I
tool.
want that. That's
With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight
That
elevators,
looks like a
landing
stock.
pads, storefronts.
Looks like that would be a kind of
And then you've
default
got extractors.
type of building
So with
structure.
extractors,
The garage, yeah.
we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there
Player
are different types of
NPC,
commodities,
because
radioactive,
I'd kind of want to
perishable,
leave
etc.
NPCs in
What you'll be
charge of
doing
my
is pulling
estate
out
while
full
I go out into
containers.
space.
Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires, like you saw in Thorsten's talk and
See, I'm the
Guillermo's
kind of
talk
person
yesterday.
I would like hanging
There's also
out
upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient.
org base, just
Power generators.
Ghost becomes
So with
the
different
mayor
types
of
of power
Carnival
generators,
Town.
there'll be some that are more cost
I like that
effective
kind of
as well
stuff.
as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work
Just
in
bring the
darkness.
BMN
Fuel
on
generators will
sometimes.
need to be filled up every now and then.
Throw down
and then
the
batteries to store
Bazaar.
excess power. Then you've got producers. So
Yeah,
things
here's
that
all
will
the
require
resource
the players to
management.
combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So
Ooh.
anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators.
ooh, shield generators.
And then the big one. We start development
Start
Q1.
development in 2024.
So
All right, see you in 3 years.
that's me.
Oh,
Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
That's gotta be far out because players can't really have player-owned areas when we only got like 12
Chris. Yeah.
yeah. So
I
that's
agree.
going to be like a 1 to 2 year sprint for like the base model, I'd say.
Hello?
20 minutes.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, there he is.
Or never mind.
The Chris himself. Behold the Roberts. Big smile.
I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it. And I've sort of seen
nice to see
some online
concrete
comments
stuff and
about, okay, well, that's
aspirational.
very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game?
There we go.
But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention.
Hell yeah.
Not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that.
Say it. Say it.
To get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are...
Nice. He was wearing a Squadron 42 shirt. I did not miss that. But yeah, so all
we're
this
planning
is
over the
next year.
Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year.
Which includes
hopefully
space
everything that
building.
we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside
That's what he said.
Oh, no, they start.
Yeah, but he said everything we're showing you in this, we're planning on
it's very
implementing
gratifying for
in the next year.
the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of
I
this.
would
One of the
imagine
advantages
that'll
of being
be
able
a far
to
grab.
go
Although
and
they've been
iterate on
using
these features
Rastar
in
internally
Squadron
for a
was that
while.
we were able
I'll
to
quit
do it
talking over
without
it.
having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42.
Yes!
Called it.
Yeah! Now, what's that mean, Chris?
You will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates.
But that does mean beta officially.
Yeah.
So it will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
So this is like a vertical slice.
I think it's going to be like the sort of an in-depth trailer, 45 minutes. All right, so here we go. Let's see if I can go full screen on this.
Is it going to be narrated or just in-game?
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel.
It'd be nice if you just said we're out of alpha.
Yeah, he pretty much did. He said they're feature complete, so that's beta, right? You're the dev, you tell me.
It's not beta until someone says it's beta.
Fair.
It can still be feature complete in alpha.
Come back, Gary.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
Also, this means that Vega system is complete, so they do have 2 completed systems in the game.
They'd also have to have Terra done, wouldn't they?
Terra isn't a part of Squadron 42. It is Vega and crap, there's one more where it actually takes place. I'll remember eventually.
Game is mostly complete.
It means they're not doing any more levels, they're not adding any more game loops, they're not adding any more gameplay, they're pretty much polishing.
It just means just the feature is done. It doesn't mean it's bug-free. It's just the feature's ready for internal testing type of thing. But I'm not talking about game development, I'm talking about standard.
Yeah, I'll bow to Knight on this one. He's an actual dev in real life, so knows more than I do.
Games are different than apps, so I don't know what feature complete on a game means.
That's not true.
I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged.
Ooh.
Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with.
There's that girl with purple hair. Where's her green eyes?
I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would.
And her hammerhead face.
Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore.
This has got to be the opening.
I just...
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are showing your custom character.
I'll ride as soon as I can.
I had a theory that
safe.
one of the things they could drop on us was chapter 1 is just kind of the game demo for the next year and just build hype, send it off to huge content creators that have like millions of subs, and get the ball rolling on the hype train.
This has gotta be the opening cutscene, right?
Yeah, I think this is chapter 1.
This scene is not new. We've seen this before.
But it's definitely spruced
never
up.
gets old, does it?
It's spruced up for sure. That's Gillian Anderson there.
It is.
I've not seen it from
Yep.
start to finish.
I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up
I
to
probably
the flight
saw it
deck whenever
4 or
I
5
could
years
to watch
ago,
the
I think.
launches.
Yeah, we saw Gillian Anderson like come up, but it was just part of a cut scene, like a
Have you
chop
seen the
point.
F8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
I wonder if they'll get around having to make Earth by having the Vandal destroy it.
Earth, Terra.
Or not.
Terra.
Oh my god. Oh, Manchester
Terra.
2023. Okay, so this is now. That's why it looks so good. This is
Manchester.
reality.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Chris
Funny,
Roberts,
funny.
and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed the major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun.
This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as
Sidnus
dialing
mining
in
spider.
combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close.
Not too wild about going head to head with
the
a
aim now on
hurricane.
polish, we've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can
Points.
focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Yeah, that I'm surprised we haven't seen this to this point, because that was something they worked on 2 years ago, was when they finished that
This
sprint.
allows us to bring all disciplines
map in
together
the upper
with a
left.
unified vision of enhancing
Yeah.
the gameplay
Yeah, and they also
by
got the birds
seamlessly
up there.
blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
And they have a lot of assets for other planets.
You didn't see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
Curious what that thing is up and to the left. Was that Banu Merchantman? The thing in the sky?
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and
Because
our
I know
gold
there's
standard
Spanish
HUD
slavers
and
in
MFD.
Squadron 42.
Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and
It's the
craft
military
environmental
multi-tool
puzzles
there.
unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you.
Giving away the puzzle.
We'll never know. There's how you refill your ship.
The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot. that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
We're
giving away the puzzle.
We're definitely going to get a couple of those supplies in the military multi-tools in our org.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank!
Come on, put the pip on.
Right.
Tactical
Aim at
FPS
the ship,
combat
not
and
the
stealth,
pip.
which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and
Hey, that
balance,
looks familiar.
realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the
Okay,
battlefield,
is someone
but at the cost of
turning
ramping up your
50
own
soon?
emissions.
That just hurt my ankles.
We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience, alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits.
Well, that's gotta be a
that
pretty
allow
heavy
us to
gun
create
to
unique and
break
challenging
our
combat
concrete,
encounters that really push your tactical
Star
awareness and
gun.
skill.
It's a future gun.
Yeah, it's true. It's a future gun. Who says a 9mm has to be the same 300 years from now?
It's 9.25 millimeter.
Have depleted uranium, my ass.
Depleted quantanium?
There you go.
So look in the sky directly over that box, that triangle thing. What the hell is that? You can barely see it when he kind of glances up.
Right or left side?
Straight up. It's almost like 45 degrees above the horizon, so right above
I
that
see
tree.
It. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it's just a little shiny.
Yeah, probably just Shiny's Earth Station or something, but still, there's the
We
cutting
play and
tool.
review the builds regularly and call out action
Welding.
points
No,
at
no,
each
no,
level
that's
from
who-
start
Lasers.
to finish, and where we need to improve the gameplay.
Liquid hot magma.
This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them,
Patching you in.
as it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of
Very,
gameplay iteration.
Yeah, I'm really
before we
digging
fully
that
transition
new
into
quantum
optimization
travel.
and stability
quantum
on the
is really
road
nice.
to
There's
release.
the triangle thingy.
Here's your trail.
There's the
Cold.
triangle.
Come back. Always trips me out
There's
to see
a lot of
terraforming
triangle
setups
things.
like this. Web tribe explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far
Oh,
we've
atmosphere.
come.
Processors, I guess.
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional
Dave!
moments within the existing narrative to add subtle
Actually
interactions where
dropped with him
appropriate.
before.
It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Cool helmet.
Man, that Zero G looks so good now.
I know. I hope when they say coming soon, they mean within the next couple months.
At the heart of this immersive adventure,
scuba
you'll
diving.
find cutting-edge cinematic
Right.
storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and
I don't know who
everyone you
this
hold
guy
dear
is, but he's
and
probably going places
they
in the
ask,
acting world.
What did you do?
Yeah.
In the Battle of Vega.
Got a good voice.
You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push about.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
Here come the Vandul.
Being all Van Dooley with their Van Doolness.
Man, I love the bridge. That's awesome.
That is a lot of angles too. I wonder if we're going to see the retribution in the background.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Power
You're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off at the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm
It's funny. I thought it was amazing
More
when
like
I
a
saw the
hailstorm,
old
Blue,
version.
one you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't
Now it's
seen
like
another
movie
ship that
level
wasn't trying to
quality.
kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting
they're
passes
gonna show
can be done
Harry
on
here
hero
at some
sequences
point.
so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light
You
possible.
mean Henry?
And we're making
Oh,
sure
yeah,
our
Henry, not
cinematics
Harry.
are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler. I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral
There's
and
the
oftentimes
hair.
emotional moments that our narrative provides.
And they'll be able to cry and sweat.
How did you handle it after Vega?
There
Oh,
you
damn,
go.
you
You
called
called
it.
it. You called that.
I'm not sure I handled anything.
Ace content creator.
It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never
Now, can
been
a
good at
tissue
dealing with
wipe that
problems
tear
I can't
away?
fix.
Well,
It's
this
running
is
down her
one
neck.
that you don't have to do alone.
I'm so excited.
It's good to know.
This is so bad.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions. and
There's a
getting
lot
the
of parallels
behaviors
in this
implemented
video
across
and
all
the
of its chapters.
Starfield production one.
Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive
This
and believable
looks
an
a
experience as
bit
possible.
higher in than Starfield, though.
I agree. Oh, for sure. It's.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was typical, but it's a little copycat in lookalike in production one.
Yeah, that's fair.
The
I think
interviewing
with-
of the employees.
Right.
The employee interviews.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of standard fare for how you do one of these. So yeah, it's.
All right.
For example, we're launching
Stick
off a
to
space
the
carrier,
script, I
where we
guess.
still ground
But
the
yeah, you're
field
right.
in
It is very
real-world
similar
actions.
to the way Starfield
Refueling,
did it.
repairing,
Which they
and
had
inspecting,
a good
and making
build
sure
up.
that your
They
next
just
flight
didn't
mission
stick the
is a
landing.
success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew.
Which, bear in mind, on top of Squadron 42
really want you to
being
feel part of an authentic
a really
crew,
cool game,
an important
this
part
is
of the
all
UAE
a
Navy
test run
in an enormous
for
universe
NPC
of
crews.
people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff.
Copy that.
Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
They still call the ball in the future.
Oh, yeah.
We're ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Catapult's a little unnecessary, but alright, that's cool.
Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
Whee! The coil coming along. Look at that. Look
We
at the
want you
coil
to not
now.
only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a
S71,
shotgun
that's
could
coming
be
with
so
me.
pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
Made by a Tavaran.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment,
That manual override.
Armstrong
solid
style.
weapon gameplay and enemy reactions,
Nice hollow shooting field.
as well as combat
That is on the
realities,
Idris. They have that
such
hollow
as
shooting
weapon
field.
malfunctions.
Gunner range.
I wanted to say the Polaris has one now, too.
I don't know if it has
or
a
in
shooting range.
close encounters of the more
Thought the new one
lethal
did, but I
kind.
could totally be wrong about that.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. As we continue to focus on the
Tentacles.
quality
Tentacles,
experience,
come on,
we've
tentacles.
been working
Do it.
closely with our
Do
other
it.
teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments
Worms,
come to life
worms.
alongside us.
Have a sandworm come up. Damn, they should have.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman. And we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed down.
Anyone that got big in the interim,
The story
maybe.
of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals
That's
complementary to the
improved a lot.
narrative of the
Yeah,
script.
yeah, that used to just be
The
in
mood and
like
feeling
a
of
skeleton.
space is just as important to
So
us
much
as it is
detail,
making sure
so
we hit the
much
visual
detail
quality
compared to
that
before.
CIG has become known for.
I'm trying to think of another first-person shooter I've played recently with that much detail. Like even
Give us
Cyberpunk
access.
doesn't have this
No, I'm
level of
afraid that's a
detail.
negative, Steve.
Do I have to buy a
I
new
would have
system?
to add
I
you to
will.
our system
I already
to
got it.
override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that.
I mean,
It won't happen
T Tomb Raider doesn't have something like that. That detail.
I don't think so. Not like that.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see
That's like,
to feel like it has a soul.
Yeah, that
its own
that feels like
personality,
Event Horizon
and tells of a
there.
history long before you arrived.
We've seen this before. This is
Crafting
different.
interesting flight
Improved.
spaces
Yeah,
and their
going through the
connecting
coil.
tissue has been one
Wonder
of the
if we're
more
gonna get
unique challenges
that
we've
the
needed to overcome for
Hadesians are
Squadron.
involved somehow.
Developing our VDB tech.
Hey, here's
blends
a
seamlessly
video idea
between
for
tighter
you. It
traversal
takes
spaces
time, but do a
and into
side by
wider
side
space
of old
vistas and
versus
planets.
new.
Yeah,
Old coil versus
rewarding.
new coil.
Yeah,
Ensuring
I'm
that Squadrons flow
sure the other
seamlessly
content
from one
creators are
chapter
going to do the
next
same, but yeah,
without
my,
interruption.
that's pretty
Creating a
impressive.
diverse array of locations is essential to
Yeah,
us.
it's a good idea, Knight.
Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
This game strikes me as one that you'll be able to play a couple times through. Like, play one just for the story, and
This
then...
is a Jav deck.
Bengal, maybe?
We've worked
Yeah, I
closely
think it's
with our
Bengal.
social teams
Oh, no,
in
no, no.
delivering
That's an
customer
Idris.
experience.
That's an
with
Idris.
It's an Idris, okay.
downtime from
That's
our
what I thought it
refined
was.
flight and FPS
I
missions.
didn't want to say it because I thought
or
it was
even
bigger.
missions of the more eerie kind.
That was a nice Idris bridge.
That's pretty impressive since the last time we saw it.
We'll be
5
introducing
years
new
ago?
space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as
Store
possible.
all.
We've thought about their function, their
Ooh.
age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style
Ooh.
with each station as you
Cargo
progress
barge.
through the game.
I want that.
You gotta play the cargo.
Anything cargo, I want it.
This is a good sign, though. So one of the things that bothers me about the modern stations, I've said this a few times, the ones that we have in game, is that the
As
interior
you can
doesn't
see
match
today,
the exterior.
The teams are working incredibly hard.
It's just
that does look
incredibly
quality
generic.
to match
Yeah.
the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
What
I'd love
is
to be able
that?
to explore. It's a big engine.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe.
Nice.
Polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to
There's
extend a big thank you to all our
cheap
staff around the globe.
Thrustmaster
who've been putting their heart and
T1600,
soul into bringing Squadron
16,000
42 to
over there
life.
on the right.
And I would like to thank
Those are
everyone in the
cheap
community
sticks.
for your patience and your support.
I liked
To
mine.
paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people
I
ask,
still
what did you
have
do in the
mine.
development of Squadron 42? We can look them in the eye
I think I
and say,
gave mine to my
held the
dad.
line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Wow.
I get it uber high. But there we go. Yeah, this is what was missing from the video. They've improved.
Well, they're looking a little bit scary. Although these are wearing armor, so they're rookies.
I kind of like the double entendre of the slogan.
Yeah, right.
That's both backer and worker. Developer.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
gotta be so happy, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this has been, what, 12, I'd say probably realistically 8 years of him just getting slammed as a fraud. That's a pretty big deal.
Looks like he's gonna cry.
I think he is crying.
Yeah.
He is.
He's such a
Good for him.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. it's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean,
this guy is
I think
the
it's gonna be
reason
something I'm
why I
very,
backed
very
this
proud of.
project.
So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the. I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we
dig that.
He wants to drop a date so badly, you can feel
I
it.
think he knows. That beautiful with as much
It's
attention to detail and love without your guys' support.
Quarter
just like we
four
couldn't be building the
of
universe
2024 would
Star
make
Citizen without your guys' support.
all
So
the sense in the
I
world.
am on my side incredibly
Christmas
grateful, as is everybody
playing
at
season of
CIG
next
for
year,
your
so
continued support, because we're building
October, November next year.
a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much.
Where's Sandy?
Where are the I held the line shirts that they're selling or giving out? to
Oh,
these
you know
people?
they're in the store right now.
Oh, that'd be so good.
They've got to be in the store. Let me check.
And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitcomb headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone, and sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name.
They're spending their
there'd be a lot of names I had to
600
call them
million.
out, putting all that together, and thank you to
well.
all the devs that worked really hard
they
to
really
put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they
Pretty
do,
impressive.
and they're very passionate about what they do, and they're
Not
really
the story
excited to
yet,
get it
by
into
the
your
way.
guys' hands.
Pretty neat.
So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out.
That's probably
to,
his hint right there.
Share this with us.
He's excited for 24.
Yep. Well, I mean, plus we're going to be getting a lot of the,
No.
apparently everything that they
20
showed in there.
24 is the anagram of 42. Ah.
That was a good citizen.
Mm-hmm.
I got
But
most.
don't they have like? Go ahead.
Well, I got
Don't
most
they
of
still have
everything
30
on
minutes
the-
left?
Nah, that's done.
All right.
The only thing I didn't get were release dates for Squadron or server meshing, but I think what they did give was really good on those. So, now that Squadron is feature complete, that should mean that all those teams that were working on features are moving back to Star Citizen.
Mostly. They'll be polishing.
Eventually, and over the months, yes.
Yeah.
But they've also got to work on Chapter 2.
Well, yeah, but like the raw features are
Exactly,
done.
yeah.
So
The
that
engine
means that those can
is-
start coming over now. Finally.
In the next year,
Yeah.
apparently.
As he said, as Chris said, the inflection point they've reached. So.
Yeah.
What it's of all this, like the Squadron 42, I kind of expected. I didn't say it, but I thought, oh, there's a chance they might eclipse the whole pyro. It's kind of a half-baked pyro. It's there, but is there any more tangible dates behind when we get Pyro? Jumpgate Pyro.
4.0, yeah.
Yeah, when does this elusive 4.0 come around? I don't think that was mentioned that I heard.
No, they didn't say anything. Probably, I'm sure they're aiming for early next year.
I would hope so. Gotta be close, right? They got a demo of server meshing working.
Surprisingly, didn't get a Tony talk.
Yeah, kind of disappointed on
Tony Z, yeah. Yeah, I might have missed the one. Wasn't there one about trade or something like that? Or
no, they had
there was Star. I thought maybe he might show up in a Star Engine, but I guess not.
Right.
The Quanta didn't make a presence.
Not this time. No. Although that should be something that server meshing will allow.
We've been, what, 3 years since Quanta? When we had our last Tony Z talk?
I think two.
2021. Yeah. There's a lot of things that I'm looking forward. Mostly, of course, the background tech, but I think like huge things like EVA V2.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say probably the biggest thing about this CitCon over any other was the fact that so little of it was aspirational. It was, we're showing it live in the game.
Yeah, it wasn't a tell, no show. It was a show and tell.
Right.
What I would really like to have, and this may be something that they already plan on doing, and I'm sure they will, is when the game comes out, if they put out a physical art book of like all of like the test drawings over the past 12, 13 years.
They haven't done anything on the subscriber bit, so here, I'll show this for the viewers at home that don't have access to this. Probably get me kicked out of it, but I don't care. So on the subscriber page, you have the vault where it has all of these images of things they've been working on over the years. Yeah, it would be nice to put out like a physical book that just kind of has the journey they went through.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah, all in all, really strong CitizenCon. So, I mean, I figured this one was kind of a make or break one for him. So, I mean, it feels like it made it. This is the one they needed to have. Especially if they're able to deliver all that stuff in the next year. That's huge.
I still don't think we'll get base building.
Yeah, no, I think that's wishful thinking on my part to say that they're actually going to do that. But
we have like 50,000 players daily in the verse.
Yeah, there's no way.
No way you could support that many homesteads.
I mean, you could with object container streaming. I mean, if you're not at that location, it doesn't exist on your server.
I'm just saying, like, you couldn't replicate it on all the servers. Like,
you
run out of space.
yeah. We don't have that level yet for sure. Especially with one system. When they start getting multiple systems, though, it'll be possible. I mean, they'll have to give us that ability because we got to test it. But yeah, I don't think it'll be. I think that if you're dropping in Oz, you're not going to see it in the US. Not for a long time. Or if you're on different servers. So if you're on server 5773 and you join server 5772, you're not going to see your base because you're on a different server. But once dynamic server meshing gets in, that might change. I mean, that's the dream right there.
I just wish I honestly don't understand the decision of why all these assets exist that they've made for Pyro that they have not given us in Stanton. Unless it's just like they want a surprising reveal.
I think they want the big reveal because I mean they've even mentioned things like the new underground was going to be downloaded to like Daymar. Like they were going to introduce them to Daymar too. Yeah. And I think that was going to happen if they didn't think they could get the replication layer and server meshing working. But yeah, I mean, I would assume the new underground is going to be everywhere eventually.
Yeah, because I'm so tired of our UGFs right now.
Yeah, they're not particularly fun.
Yeah.
So small. So Knight is throwing up new squad.
Yeah.
I'll let you say it.
Yeah, I just put in the chat, in the Discord chat, and also out on YouTube, the 5-year-old trailer, the cinematic teaser, and it's almost, if you watch them side by side, you could probably hit play. They're both in the Vega system. There are lots of side by side parallels in that 5-year-old video. It's worth the watch. It's shorter. It's not as long as
Yeah, I'll pull it up on the. Here's what Knight's talking about. This is the original teaser.
And they already have the current. The Hold the Line is already up on.
This looks like the new one.
The hold. Yeah, I mean you could show them side by side if you want, but really the 5-year-old one.
I saw you apply to the
is what today's Hold the Line is based on.
I'm your new wingman, sir.
I'm still hopeful for a next year release. If they're in polishing phase, I can't imagine they have much left to do.
The coil.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a year. He just doesn't
attacks.
want to say it's a year.
This is their turf, so moving on. Keep your eyes open.
If we make it to... If we make it to...
No southern moves.
Without them...
Who the hell are you?
The date. I don't think it'll be 2012.
We're OMC.
Yeah, I'd buy
And
that.
OMC belongs to CitCon.
Well, how's their Squadron 42 roadmap? Are they neglected or is it pretty up to date?
Yeah.
It's up to date, but you don't really get the context on it. So I mean, you can look at the Squadron 42 things, but it's hard to tell on the deliverables view if a sprint means that deliverables actually feature complete, or if it's still got work to do.
All ships. We're under attack by Vandal forces. Repeat, we are under attack.
Hard things that I think they mentioned is like ground fall.
There have been battles. There have been losses.
The map.
I think the map scanning, UI, and traversal things.
Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again.
Is the map not, or is it or is not for 322?
I don't know about 322, but I think
we will not fall back.
Those were suggested as not far, so I mean it could be 322.
You got a point. Copy that. Tally's on me. Let's say hi.
I'll have to.
Like,
we will win.
Watching it
because we have to.
Pan around and click on stuff. And
yeah, a lot to get lost in.
More being able to dynamically move between, like, your ship up to the system is huge. All right, so that was the new updated one. Looks like here is Hold the Line.
No, that was the old one that you just showed. There's the old one.
Is it? Is Hold the Line is the original, right?
Hold the Line is the brand new one that you just watched 20 minutes ago.
Damn. All right. Well, I haven't seen this one yet. Oh, Held the Line. All right, cool. I'll have to update this one when it's over. Let's go full screen since this is the new version.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah.
Oh, this one's a full 26 minutes long. This is the whole thing.
Yeah,
okay,
but you only need that. You only need that like 5-minute intro.
Sort of intro, yeah.
But it's nearly identical. There was one that was more toil. We got a lot of. There's a playthrough. There was a Star Citizen playthrough.
The vertical slice from 2019, I think? 2020? No, I think it's 2019. Or 2018. Couldn't have been 2017. I don't know. Been in this thing too long.
Yeah, the cargo elevators and persistent hangars look amazing. I didn't know I'd be that excited about them.
Oh yeah, those are going to be game changing. Like it'll pretty much completely change the way we interact with our inventory and cargo and everything. It's gonna be pretty big deal.
As a person who used to work on like safety departments and stuff for different jobs I've worked at, so many of the like that past history is like, oh my god, this is an ocean nightmare. Why would they have a liftable hover dolly where it's following behind you?
Right? Cool little idea.
It's cool.
I need one of those. I need one of the Atlas platform trailer movers.
I wonder if you'll have to pay for like a rental of a persistent hangar.
I know I just wrote you.
A
couple of hours
you
ago,
might. I'm going to
proximity
turn the volume
sensors on the
down
other
on
side
this
of the
one
jump got
because
twigged.
we literally just watched this.
But
Should just mute it. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I would think that you might be able to buy one. I'm sure you'll be able to hire longshoremen that'll just load and unload your ship, but you could probably do it more efficiently with a couple players.
Right.
And obviously cheaper.
I just think there needs to be more money sinks in the game. Currently, there's like ships, and that's it.
Yeah, you can buy some armor and stuff, and components, and
honestly, I think armor and stuff is way too cheap.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's priced about right for the game, but yeah, it's kind of.
I'll be interested when they go over like the economy and how much things are worth, because right now you have like a mag of ammo for like 4 UEC or whatever it is, and then you got like a burger for 40 UEC.
It's a really good burger though.
Yeah.
I wonder what Salty Mike or Burks are saying right now.
I think Burks is there. Salty might be a good one to watch. I'm sure he'll complain about it, but he lives in the realm of constructive criticism always. He can't just be blown away and happy.
I've always just been a person. I'm here for the ride, no matter how long it takes.
Yep, that's me too. I mean, had they not been able to make the step this year, I would probably do something else for 2024, but it sounds like 2024 is going to be a beast of a content year, so
hopefully. I mean, potentially server meshing. Well, should be server meshing, pyro, all of that content that comes with pyro.
Yep.
The new missions, the persistent hangars, the new graphical improvements,
underground, new underground,
new undergrounds, breakable buildings.
Maelstrom. Yeah, okay, now you know something, it says something about this game that when they showed Manchester, kind of the pan in, that
we all thought it was.
I thought it was in game. I was just like, yeah, of course it's in game.
Yeah,
wait a
I
minute,
was blown away
2023. Yeah. That does say a lot about this game. Okay, so I don't know how many of you played Wing Commander. I think it was 3. What's the one where you take the stealth ship and you drop the Trembler bomb on the Kilralthi home planet?
Oh, I cannot remember the plots of the individual games.
Well, there was one thing you could do when you were fighting the Kilralthi carrier. You could take your ship and fly it into the carrier's hangar and then just stop and then just shoot the ship from the inside without ever having to worry about anything on the outside. It was cheap. It was an exploit, but I did it. And I feel good about doing
just
it.
dropped their... Oh, wait, that's probably the video you're watching. The I Held the Line Squadron.
Oh, yeah. That's the one that's playing right now.
I just got it in an email, and I was like, oh, they just put it out.
Yeah, that is neat. Good job. So those are atmospheric processors, those little triangles. I was hoping for Banu. I was really hoping that the Banu Merchantman was going to be in Squadron 42 since they have the Banu Slavers, but apparently not. Maybe Chapter 2.
Wow, this video already has 2.8k upvotes.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna save it right now.
Well, I mean, this is just a huge deal for the project to actually announce that it's feature complete now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's also a big middle finger to Bethesda.
Yeah, well, kind of. I mean, Chris was always kind of he's kind of a team player with those things.
It's co-opetition. Friendly co-opetition.
That's a good way to put it. But he really does want these other projects to succeed. Like he will straight up say,
I get that.
In social media and stuff like this, he'll be like, "They did a great job on this. Go check it out," kind of a thing. But he does want his game to be better.
Did you watch Greasy Khaleesi's the one where he's got the Game of Thrones dragons? It's like, I told you it's coming. I told you this. And to you naysayers, he basically is just bad mouthing Salty Mike. But you know that Salty Mike gets it and he's laughing.
Yeah.
You know that Salty Mike, because he's totally pooping all over Salty Mike. And you know that Salty Mike is just like, yep, I love it.
Yeah, no, that's one of the reasons I like Salty is because he is good at giving and taking criticism. Most people are good at the first and bad at the second, but I mean, he can straight up be like, that's fair. And that's a rare quality. It's one of the reasons why I like him.
So yeah, I think Chris is happy for Starfield and bringing invigoration. I don't think the market's too flooded with space games.
No, it kind of reminds me of back in the day when you had X-Wing and Wing Commander going back and forth with like X-Wing and then TIE Fighter and then Wing Commander 2 and yeah.
So I'm curious. I don't think I've heard anything about it and I don't expect it to be this way, but have they ever mentioned Squadron 42 being no loading screen as well?
No, but I think it's implied. I think they have mentioned in one of their videos that it's seamless.
Yeah, I'd expect like fast travel, like quantum jumping to be a soft loading screen for the game, but I haven't heard anything else.
Oh, you're asking me if it will be seamless? I would assume it's going to be seamless. I mean,
if you heard anything.
I haven't, but I straight up am just, given what we play on the daily, it's there's no reason not to make it just one big ass level.
I think the one guy said when he was talking about it that it would be physicalized, whereas with now it's not the quantum travel. I guess unless you stop, in quantum travel, but he said it would be.
Yeah, that would make sense because this is also an asset for the PU. So Vega is a system in the PU, as is Odin. That's the name of the system. See, I got there in the end. Well, this is a 7-hour stream, so I am going to end the stream here. Thank you to all the Carnival guys who hopped in here. So that was Ghost, Hermes, Scarlet was tossing comments in there. Some guy named Knight, who I don't know, but is probably a troll.
Nigga.
All right, catch me next time.
All right.